When I was a child, I talked like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I grew older, I set aside childish ways. Corinthians 13:11. In the distant future, mankind has spread into the stars and found it is not alone. Within the cluster of planets known as the Silrain Heart, many races strive for survival or supremacy. But throughout this array of planets, societies, and cultures, each has one thing in common: the crucibles. Scattered throughout the galaxy, each moon-sized structure contains a core of raw sorin, a form of mysterious energy used to power ships, cities, and sometimes the warping of the fabric of reality itself. Beings who can do this have been given a name: Espers. The power of God has been granted to God's children. It is a time of terror. It is a time of wonder. It is the time of Esper Genesis.
I love that music. You know, one of the things that's going to be difficult is when we move into the new campaign, it's going to be difficult to let that amazing music go. We're going to have to make sure that Chrono Wolf does something even better the next time. What's going on, everybody? Welcome all. Welcome all of the Arvanauts. Welcome to a Friday night stream, and welcome to day 73 of Esper Genesis Aftermath. And no sooner do I begin than we get Triffity Matt subscribing for 24 months, 2 years. Happy subiversary to me. Thank you so much, Triffid. Happy subiversary to you. Happy subiversary to you. Happy 2 years subiversary. Happy subiversary to you. Thank you, Triffid. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And yes, happy 2 years. And welcome everybody to day 73 of Esper Genesis Aftermath. We are sponsored as always by Alligator Alley Entertainment, about which more in a second. And I hope everyone is doing well. I apologize also because we have stuff printing out right now. And the stuff that's printing out is actually one part of the adventure, a couple of maps that I need that I can't find the physical maps for, so I'm printing them out again. And so that's the sound that you hear in the background. So it's just part of the beat. It's part of the rhythm of my office. So anyway, yes, welcome everybody. I'm very excited to get this back underway. We have the full crew with us. Before we go any further, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you have not done so already, please make sure to follow us here on the channel. That is one of the best things you can do. Please check out our YouTube at !ArvTube. Please sub to me over on that channel as well. We have gotten that number up to, I think, 812 subscribers now, so We're making great progress there, but we're trying to get up to 1,000 subscribers because that will give me some flexibility both on the YouTube channel and on this channel. So please head over there and do that if you can. That will not cost you anything, but it will really help us out. Exclamation point ARVTube for that. Exclamation point ARVCord is our Discord channel. We've had a few more people jump on board in the last week or so there as well. So that is going great guns. Please make sure that you jump on board with that. Exclamation point ARVCord. ARV Twitter. My Twitter is exclamation point ARVTweets, where you can follow me on Twitter, where I will always talk about various things relating to the channel, streaming, game mastering, writing, teaching, music, some family stuff, and even occasionally politics here and there. That's exclamation point ARVTweets. Website is arvanelleron.com. Financially, exclamation point ARV Shop is my merchandise area. You can get Infinity and Beyond and Adventures in Middle-earth stuff, and soon you'll be able to get stuff related to the upcoming campaign, Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks, which will also be sponsored by Alligator Alley. That's going to be, again, exclamation point ARV Shop for that. Exclamation point ARV Treon is the Patreon. Still holding steady at 20 patrons, $198 per month. Again, we're trying to move that above 200 and keep that going north, because the higher that goes, the more stuff we'll be able to do from a channel perspective. So any support there you can give would be appreciated. You also get inspirations to help our players, and all the inspirations were reset at the beginning of the month, although we've had a couple of pretty intense campaigns and have had to use those inspirations. So there are some that have already been used, but I know some people still have them. So hang on to them because you might need them. We'll see. Anyway, exclamation point ARV Treon for that. And of course, subbing to the channel lets you get those custom sub badges and emotes that you can use everywhere across Twitch. In addition to, what do you mean error printing? Why? Why is there error printing? Oh, I see. Because of that? Okay. What? Oh man, because I ran out of... Okay. Well, crap. I will address this problem. Man, it ran out of freaking yellow ink. All right. Well, let me give me a second here. Darn it. Why would you do that, printer? Why you got to be that way? I will address this problem in just a moment. We will deal with that in just 1 second. But anyway, exclamation point ARV Treon, and then subbing to the channel is important. And then, of course, if you haven't done so already, on the publishing side, exclamation point Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel, exclamation point library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Art Library, which is my 5e adventure and source book from the same Alligator Alley Entertainment, and both Athos Arts, which does Icarus, and Alligator Alley, which does the Tales and Tomes. Those two together are going to be working on my Greyshade Kickstarter. Greyshade is launching on May 31st. The Kickstarter for Greyshade, which will do the last 2 books in that series, plus the tabletop game, plus an audiobook from Trendane, will launch 2 weeks later, so you'll definitely want to make sure you mark your calendars for that. And that, again, is exclamation point Greyshade KS. And as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help, and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And of course, given current circumstances, exclamation point Ukraine, to find resources and ways that you can support Ukraine as they continue to suffer under a terrible experience of bombardment and war, an illegal, unjustified, war crime driven war. And so exclamation point Ukraine is a way that you can find ways that you can help. And another way you can help is being right here with all of us. Quick schedule note: tonight we have Esper Genesis. Tomorrow we have got Metroid Prime, so it's a space weekend as we're doing more of that, and that's going to be exciting. Thank you for the resub, Mrs. Dunsel. 41 total months. Thank you so much, Mrs. Dunsel. I appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're well, and thank you so much for being a part of this. So that's going to happen tomorrow, and then the rest of March will continue. We got a lot of stuff going on in March as well, but I've already talked about that, so I'm not going to go into that right now. Right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to unmute myself so the folks know we're ready to go, and then I'm going to unmute them, and last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal the amazing power of... That's right, it is the our fully operational battle station of Esper Genesis. We are here, we are ready to go, and we are excited because there's a whole lot of stuff to do, and I can't wait for this recap for Johnny to be like, What happened? Yeah, it was a lot. It was a whole lot. But we will talk about that in just a moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce everybody as usual. And while Johnny is introducing himself, I'm going to go run and get my yellow toner so I can put that in the printer so I can finish out printing this damn map that I want for this very adventure that just my printer just ran out of as I was printing. So first of all, then, I'm not going to do that because everyone's just going to keep resubbing, apparently, because that's what you all do because you're lovely people. Thank you very much, Nonstop. Thank you so much. The Tier 2 55-month sub. Good Lord. That is a long time. It's actually bizarre to me that it's been over 4.5 years that I've been affiliated. Thank you, Nonstop, so much for that. I appreciate it. Welcome. It's good to see you. I really appreciate that continual support. Now, with that said, I'm going to say hi to one Mr. Johnny Pittman. We learned today that Johnny now knows what a Cuban pizza is. And Carlos tried to explain gently to him that, maybe that was a Cuban pizza and maybe there is no such thing and maybe that doesn't exist. And you just had someone, that we're just saying maybe that was the case. But Johnny, I hope you enjoyed it nonetheless. And I hope you're doing well. How's life with you and everything? And who are you playing today? And as you answer that question, I'm going to go get this toner.
Okay. Well, so it was not one Cuban pizza. It was 3 Cuban pizzas. We had, well, no, we didn't eat them all. We only tried them. We didn't consume all of any of them in particular. But I got a traditional one, a Hawaiian pizza with, ham and pineapple on it, lots of cheese. Second one I got was one with just onions and cheese on it. And that was very good. I was really kind of surprised at how good that was. The one that blew me away, though, was the plantain pizza. You slice a bunch of the meat of the plantain and you just lay it across and then you put cheese on top. I've never had a pizza like that, and I'm going to be experimenting with pizza because of that. Thank you, Miami. Thank you, Cuban culture, who apparently may not have been as Cuban as I was expecting.
To be clear, fried plantain? I just want to make sure we're clear about it.
I don't actually know if they were fried plantains before they actually went on top of the dough.
Okay.
This is a question I actually do have, and I was hoping for the expert to be able to answer, but...
No, but yeah, it has to be fried because you can fry them 2 ways. Were they fluffy or were they flat when you bit into them?
So it's interesting because at first I thought they were flat, given the way that the cheese was laid on top, but I think there was just a huge layer of cheese. So I think they actually were fluffy, and there was a bit of room between them and the dough where it was just there was a cushion of it. So
right. I guess what I'm asking though is when you bit into the plantain itself, was it a firm taste or did it have a fluffier, sweeter taste?
Oh no, it was a fluffier, sweet taste. It was definitely not like a deep fried kind of a plantain.
Right. Well, they're both deep fried. It's just one is fried to be sweet and caramelized, and one is fried to be flat and salty and good. So awesome. Yeah, I'd try that. It's easy with cheese. I mean, it counts as Cuban. The neo-Cubans in Miami are experimenting with cuisine. Cuisine doesn't stand still. I'm for it.
I'm all about the experimentation. I personally probably will not be having any more of that just because of how heavy it felt. But otherwise, I was in Miami. I did an adventure to the the adventure store, Brian Dalrymple's place. It's a nice little shop in the middle of Davie, I think is the area specifically that it's in Fort Lauderdale. Now know what Alligator Alley actually is. That was interesting. Mm-hmm. And I've been just starting to read this book right here that I just picked up recently, and I'm really quite enjoying the beginning of it. So I highly recommend this. This is a fun. It's a fun start. So
I'm telling you, best line in the first half of the book is "Permission to speak of doom, Captain. Denied." This is the best. This is the best line. That just hit me at the right spot. Anyway, I agree. Very good book.
And I guess I will be playing an Ashen Forge melder by the name of Aramis, who's in a situation apparently I'm going to be really uncomfortable with, but I'm going to let the recap just kind of work with me on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Also interesting is the fact that it's claiming my cartridge is not compatible. Yeah, I got it from HP. Oh God. Anyway, I will worry about this problem later. Thank you, Johnny. Always a pleasure to have you with us. Also, always a pleasure, of course, to have with us someone who has brought forward their cat. As you can see, we now have a cat visible. And that, of course, is Cat Rambo. Cat, it's good to see you. Welcome back. I can see, now I can't quite fit, because I have only the squares here, I can't fit both.
Oh, you can't fit both of them.
Not without squeezing you. That. But I see, you sexy thing on the right. I can see that part. And then I see what I think is Reinvented Heart, if I'm not mistaken.
It's the Reinvented Heart, because the ebook came out today, which I had not realized, because they told me it was delayed, and I thought it was all delayed till a couple months from now. But today it came out, and Jen Brozek, who many watchers will also be acquainted with, is my co-editor on that. And it is a kick-ass book. And so Taco has come to let us know her approval. And rather than natter on, I will tell you that I am running Petra Sinus, an Ashen Forged Sentinel with a large hammer, a mysterious affinity for machines, and who's now level 10. So we're very excited by this. So
that's right. Level
all
10
right.
is happening. It's true. It's a reality, and it's very exciting. God, this printer. Sorry, I'm really just trying to get this damn thing to shut off. Anyway, it's a pleasure to have Kat with us, and to have Kat back in the fold, along with Johnny, and of course, along with as we continue in our usual order, one Mr. Carlos Hernandez, who also was able to give details, as I said, about what actual Cuban food is. So now we know. And if you've read any of Carlos's books, you will see much of it usually features prominently within them. I have learned a great deal about empanadas through the experience of reading Sal and Gabby. Carlos, how you doing, my friend? How's life in the universe with you? And who are you playing today? Go ahead and answer that while I punch this printer in the face.
Yeah, so life is going pretty good right now. I have a story that is out in the current issue of Uncanny Magazine. It will be available online April 5th, I think. I'm, the April side of the March-April issue. So I'll be poking you all to read it once you actually can do it. But it's sort of like my Valentine to new wave science fiction. So, best enjoyed with the special brownie of your choice. So hope it trips you out. Yeah, and so I'm thick into the semester, thick into grading. Claire and I are going to be taking a retreat in a week to absolutely finish our rulebook for Negocios Infernales. So we're going to be submitting that to the publisher very, very soon, and then things will be moving fast. I think we're going to have a crowdfunding campaign pretty soon and going from there. So yeah, just a very busy time as always. Also, Claire and I continue our solo D&D game that I'm running for her. I'm the DM, and she's playing for the first time. And so, because it's a solo game that we're doing, we just get to be all darling little couple things. So, like, I've been writing a song today that's going to be part of what her theater troupe is offering for for basically the fact that there's a big invasion from the Nine Hells happening in their world right now, and she's playing a tiefling. So I'm basically writing her a song that her theater troupe is putting up called "Tieflings Are Your Friends," and it's basically a uke song that tries to convince people that tieflings should not be massacred and confused with the devils who are invading. So that's been fun.
That's just a standard time in the Carlos Claire household. Just very typical.
Yeah.
And also briefly, how was Boscone?
Boscone was fantastic.
Was it?
Yeah, it was really good. Just like, COVID has made everything more difficult, but they had really good protocols in place that really let people enjoy things. We had great playtests for Negocios. We had great panels. It was just so nice to just be with people again and have a really good BossCon experience. It was tons of fun.
That's good. I'm glad. Well, good to see you as always. Wonderful to have you with us. And also wonderful, of course, last but certainly not least, to have with us the one and only amazing Zach Clay, who is back again. Zach, it's good to see you. How is life in the universe with you, sir? How's everything going? And who are you playing tonight and all that good stuff?
Life in the universe is great. I get to play D&D for my job, which is awesome. So I've been doing that. A lot of Elden Ring as well, just like literally everyone else. And that's been about it at the moment. Some very exciting projects that I can't talk about, but such as the way we're all people of business, we're all acquainted with this. But yeah, some very cool things in the pipeline. But yeah, so happy to be here, of course. And I am playing Cosmoritis, the Bellare hunter / specialist. And also, Carlos was wondering about 3-dimensional dice on Roll20. I think I found the option, Carlos. If you go into Roll20 settings,
okay,
then there's a thing called dice options. You can enable 3D dice. And I think it at first I rolled it 3D and it showed up for me, but no one reacted. So I was like, oh, you guys didn't see it. So then I looked it up, and apparently only people that have 3D dice enabled will see other people's 3D dice. So if I roll this now and you have that turned on, then you should see the die show up. Yes.
I just saw it. Yep.
Perfect.
Yep.
There you go.
All right, so I've got my 3D dice enabled now.
Dope.
I recommend everybody else do it for a life enhancement.
Yes. And there's a thing that says automatically roll 3D dice, because when I tried to do it, it like asks you to like click and drag to do your direction. I think I might just make it automatic so it doesn't.
Yeah, I activated that too. So it's like, yeah, because that's funny. So you can basically like wiggle your mouse as if you
through it. Yeah.
Okay.
But anyway, all right. Pardon the technicalities. I'm Zach. I'm playing a hunter. Let's go shoot some bugs.
Yes,
if we are fighting bugs, was it described as bugs? I forget. Anyway.
It's a good thing that you were all past page 4 of my notes, because my printer is not going to apparently work ever again. No, I mean until tomorrow when I can go get toner. So fine, that's fine. That's fine. Everything's fine here. But it is good to have everyone here. I'm excited, and I'm excited for us to get back into it. So let us talk about what happened in our last session. In our last session, and let me fire up some music while I'm on the subject. Also, for those who are just popping onto Roll20 for the first time in a while, Kat, this might apply to you. You might want to take a look at, on the left, Roll20 has added dark mode. And Roll20's dark mode is real nice. I just wanted to mention it because it fits. And if I go over there to the map screen, you'll be able to see the dice roller fits so nicely with the whole motif, and it's great. Anyway, so I thought I would mention that. Yeah, no, I love my HP printer, but for some reason this toner cartridge, which is literally an HP cartridge, either was illegally placed in a box and it's not actually legit, or there's something wrong. Anyway, I'll worry about it tomorrow. In our last session, as I fire up the music for this, let's go with Ethereal Plane, I think. Come on. Ethereal Plane, work for me. There we go. In our last session, the crew finally made the decision that they were going to use the power of Alfred to be able to navigate time and space, and to be able to travel to this mysterious planet, a mysterious place, in search of some object which supposedly was being pursued both by them and by the Shadow Technocracy, in the hope that they would be able to track down what was needed to bring an end to the Shadow Technocracy once and for all. Because although the Shadow Technocracy is reeling after the blow leveled upon them by the crew against Laris, Baladin, and company, there is still the chance that the party has not completely eliminated the threat of the Shadow Technocracy. And indeed, according to information that they got from Abraxas, who has now disappeared, this is the only thing that they need. They need to go find this thing and find this place if they're going to be able to finally put an end to the Shadow Technocracy's plans. In particular, because it took the return of Alfred and the removal of the Long Winter from the equation and so on, to be able to network the Alfreds together so that the Hyperlance which was designed to do this, is able to get them to this one strange, uncharted planet. Once they got to this planet, they ended up finding that, first of all, things did not seem to be particularly friendly. There was lots of radiation signatures on the planet's surface, and when they managed to get in touch with one of the people on the planet, they recommended that they avoid this area because this planet apparently was at war. And so, after some persuasion and some careful work, the party managed to persuade them to at least be able to land, and they landed into the base which is known as Aftermath. Once there, they were confronted by someone named Revis Lament and his party, his army that came with them. And strange kind of ragtag motley crew composed of races and cultures from all through the Silrain Arc. Matakai and Denduzi and Volna and Prometheans and humans and so on, and Ashenforged as well, all combined together. The only one that they did not see was another Bellari. But everyone else, all the others, were together in some kind of mishmash in this sort of old-style armor. And when they arrived, the army sort of waited for them and basically explained that they had been at war for the last year or so, that they have been at war because the last beings who descended upon Illustria, this planet, killed, according to Revis, 95% of their population, and that the war that is currently going on is a war, quite literally, for the survival of the people who are left, all of whom are in this base known as Aftermath. They were told that this place that Revis and all the rest of them claimed to be Illustrian, and in fact, when the party asked about, are you a Denduzi, or they didn't really seem to understand the question. They're like, well, we're all Illustrian. I don't know what that is. But that a year ago, a swarm of insectoid creatures came out of something which they called the Mother. Now, the Mother, as the party has discovered, is actually a nebula-like formation twinkling above the planet, basically visible from the planet's surface. This is what the Illustrians call the Mother, and according to them, they somehow angered the Mother, and that is why this swarm of insect-like creatures descended on the planet, swarmed throughout the planet, destroyed most of the people, and stopped only at this, the last Illustrian outpost known as Aftermath. For some reason, the insectoids stopped attacking them when they retreated to this place, and there is an energy shield in place which has kept the city protected from the insectoids up until this point. The party inquired further, wanted to know information about what the Mother was and who, and for more, Revis suggested that they speak to Lana, who is the basically the person who speaks to the prophet. It is the prophet, according to them, to Revis, who brought the Illustrians to this planet in the first place many, many years ago. So the party had this strange experience, still no word from Abraxas, but they did know that the planet itself was absolutely imbued and practically pulsing with Sorium, and yet the Illustrians themselves had no idea what that reference meant. They had no idea what Sorium was, or what the reference is, or what the heck Sorium has to do with anything. But clearly, you in the party know what Sorium is like, and there's definitely a lot of it here. Just at the end of our last session, as the captain had suggested that you go see this priestess, this high priestess of the Illustrian people, a shadow fell upon Aftermath as the sun was blotted out by a swarm of dots, and dropping out from below the swarm was a 50-foot wide metal ring held horizontally. As the clattering mouthparts and buzzing wings became visible, the ring was dropped into the energy grid, where it almost started to sort of rest and float as if it were on top of water. But in between the ring, basically in the interior of the ring, there was now a break in the energy field, creating a portal for the creatures to fly through. Captain Lament shouted, "Sound the alarm, we're under attack," and that, as is typical for me, closed the session in our last time. And so as I hand things back over to the party, there are this swarm of buzzing creatures heading towards this open portal in this energy field. People are flipping out down below, and I'm going to hand things over to the party, but I believe Sleepwell wanted to try something before all of that happens. So
yeah. So by the way, I can hear the music really loudly.
Yeah, I'm getting feedback from somewhere too.
You can go into your Roll20 settings.
Oh, is it from Roll20 that I'm hearing it?
You're probably hearing it from Roll20.
Okay, yeah, it's probably me then.
Or you may have opened an ethereal gate,
also
nearby
possibly
your house. Yeah. But if you go into your Roll20 settings, audio, video, yeah.
There we are.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right.
I think that might have been me, and I'm going to reconnect to Roll20, so apologies if it was.
Okay.
I think it was me because now I can't hear anything, so I think it's fine.
It was everybody. Okay.
All right. So I actually have two different ideas, but one of the things I want to know about is that portal. Like, does it look like it weighs 4,000 pounds, or does it look like it's a lightish kind of thing?
Definitely not 4,000 pounds. I mean, it's about 50 feet wide. It's a decently, it's probably a couple of feet deep metal ring, but you don't know how thick the metal itself is. So I'll thank you for the tier 2 sub gift to Write Teach Play, Echo. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Echo. I appreciate that. So there you go, Carlos. You're good to go with tier 2 subs. Thank you, Echo. So anyway, the metal itself might be a little bit. Did you miss that? Echo just gave you a tier 2 sub in the channel.
I just happened to look away. Thank you so much. I actually, I was going to renew my Prime tomorrow, but gosh, this is nicer. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Echo. So anyway, yes. So the metal itself, you don't know how thick it is, but you do know it's about, like I say, 1.5 feet, maybe 2 feet deep, and 50 feet around. So it doesn't look incredibly, heavy, but certainly sturdy enough that it can sit on top of / halfway in that energy field.
Yeah, I guess so like I have two different ideas, and like I guess what I'm trying to figure out is if I can creatively use my 4th level tractor beam to basically suck it through so that basically it goes away. Like it will fall down upon us and probably kill 10 people, but casualties. But you know what I mean? Like if I can pull it through with the tractor beam, because the tractor beam usually pulls like one medium or large sized creature, I think. So I'm wondering if I can use that power.
This would be bigger than that, but the fact that you're asking this has some positives here. I'd like you to make a perception check for me, Sleepwell. You can do this at advantage. This is all before initiative is happening. Welcome in, Garlic. Hello from Ohio. Hello from Toledo.
All right, so perception. Sorry, just like 1 second. Just getting all the different windows
No problem.
open.
No problem. I know the feeling.
Yeah, and perception, I do have... I'm proficient in advantage, so this is good. And I'm gonna roll 2 of them at the same time. All right, a 15 and it added them together. I got a 15 and a 13, but they're both at +7. So
okay, that's fine. We'll take the 15 for that.
Yeah,
so
22.
You realize that you're not going to be able to pull this down, Sleepwell, because it is not, as you look more closely, that it's just floating on top. It's actually being held there by 6 lines. 6 of these insectoid creatures are sort of around on top of holding up the ring. And there are 6 lines, very thin ones actually, from what you can tell, from which the ring is dangling. It does occur to you that maybe with some careful work and, planning, you might be able to cut the lines, and then the thing might fall of its own accord. But you're not going to be able to pull the thing because it's that plus 6 creatures, and it just your tractor beam's not strong enough. But looking at it did give you that information that you did not possess before.
So I'll instantly pass it along. And then the fun thing that I just wanted to try to use
is cut 6 lines. You have a new spell.
Cut 6. It's basically destroy all insects plus mother.
Yeah.
Level 5.
Very convenient.
But yeah, no. So I have this power called the jury rig that I just got at 10th level, and it basically lets me solve a problem that's like like something way smarter than me. Like helps me solve a problem, and it's like I've got this great engineering idea. I can use the who's he what's it to gizmiotically decide to whatever.
Right.
So,
right.
Of course.
So it probably won't work, and I can after a long rest I can try it again until it actually does work, and then I have to wait 7 days.
Okay.
But so like basically I'm gonna ask the universe, I guess, or Sorium or something to help me. And I basically it's my level. So I have to use percentile dice, and so like I have a 10% chance. So I figure if I just roll a d20 and if I get a 19 or 20, then that would work.
Okay.
Right?
I think so. Or you could just roll the D100 on roll 20 and
oh, that's true. They do have a
get
D100.
a 10.
So what is it, like 91 to 100? Or,
yeah 91 to 100.
All right.
No, wait. Before you do that, though, what exactly are you asking? Like, are you just asking the universe help? Like, what exactly do you want?
Yeah, you're right, because I have to form this like a question so that I can get fucked over by my wording. So, yeah, so I am asking the universe for the most expedient way to thwart these bugs.
Okay. Got it. All right, let's see how this happened.
Make it rain, universe. It's garbage.
The universe does not respond.
Yeah.
Even the mother does not respond.
Whatever, universe.
Oh my goodness! Help in the name of the universe. Sadly, you do not know. It is.
I announced to everybody what my keen cat-like perception has elucidated for me, and to point out the 6 bugs with their 6 little monofilaments holding on to this ring.
Absolutely, you can do that. And as you do that, I'm going to ask everybody please to roll initiative for me, and I'm going to choose some much more suitable for this particular situation music. And that is from our friends at Green Forge Studios with Fight for the Future. Let's hit it, as they say. Okay.
It was fun to roll a D100, though. I haven't done that in a long time.
Yep. I actually just finished up the game Solasta, which is based on the SRD. And in the last fight, I did a divine intervention that actually worked. And it created this like avatar, but then the avatar kind of sucked worse than my party anyway. But it was nice for that one moment when I'm like, the gods have listened, and they're like, yes, have someone not as powerful as you. I'm like, gods, always one step ahead. All right, okay, okay. Let's make
Is
sure that's
Petra's dex really -3? Oh wait, Kat, you're muted.
I think you're muted, Kat.
It's actually -2 now. I'm just looking at the character sheet.
That's not much better.
It's 7 instead of 6.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
Well, hey, I'm actually right with you there. I have 7 strength.
I'm astounded that I'm actually not dead last for once.
Yeah.
I rolled a natural 1, so I'll be bringing up the rear here.
This is what happens when you confront a bunch of bugs. You're just like, what is this madness? Okay. So let's see. We've got a 15. We're looking at there for you, Kaz.
15 for Kaz.
Okay, and let's see. Aramis has got the big 16. Okay, and then we've got Petra with a 12.
It's actually 13.
I beg your pardon. 13, and then we've got Sleepwell, who probably is still looking up at the sky like, come on. Tell me what I need to know. Okay. All right, let's see. Okay, let me just pop that up there. Okay, and then I'm going to explain how this is going to work, because this combat's going to be a little bit different than the way you might normally be used to. Okay. There. There, good. And I'm going to put in what is the enemy for this, which is known as the drone swarm.
Woo!
So the drone swarm is, let's see.
We're fighting Mysterio.
Yes,
No.
basically.
Okay.
Do it now. Okay. Drone swarm. Okay. So, and then we've got that and that. Okay. So here's the deal. They can inspire each other. Yes, they can inspire each other for sure, Echo. So here's the way that this works. And first of all, I should note that you see immediately upon, Lament screaming out these orders, you can see his army immediately falling into ranks, actually responding quite quickly. This is clearly not their first rodeo. I mentioned before, Aramis, that all these soldiers looked, although, highly efficient, they also looked to be kind of older and wearier. And again, there's a sense of age about this entire place. In fact, as if it comes almost from, as if it's somehow set back in time in some strange way. So that sort of is the reflective. It's like visiting Allentown, basically, anytime. But it's that's just my experience. Allentown feels very much from an older time.
We're talking about Allentown, PA.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
I actually understand what you mean.
Right? I would never forget. A couple times I've been to Allentown. It feels very much like 10 years before everything else. Anyway, so you will have an opportunity to figure this out as you go through. But in any case, the army immediately moves to positions of attack, running to, a lot of them run for laser rifles. A couple of them have what look like sort of shoulder-mounted rockets. A couple of them are running to basically these ballistas that are on the ground and kind of angling them upwards. But having said all of that, you also get the impression that this is not a typical thing for the swarm to be coming directly through the top. This seems to be some new tactic that they've used. Speaking of new tactics, Echo Alpha X5 gifting a Tier 2 sub to Video Store Cowboy. Thank you very much, Echo, for doing that. Thank you. That's
Thank you very much, Echo.
Appreciate that, Echo. Thanks. So they're running to these different things. So as the thing happens, basically you're going to be fighting against the entire swarm, essentially, is what works. And you'll be fighting also with the benefit of the Illustrian army. So the Illustrian army is going to be going on its own initiative count. You don't know when that is, but I'll talk about it when we get there. And the drone swarm is going to be going at a couple of other times during the initiative count, doing various things that we'll discuss when we get to that moment. So you're going to be thinking about those things. My God, Echo, gifting a Tier 2 sub to Zach Clay. Don't go crazy, Echo.
Earning the name Echo.
My goodness, I appreciate it, Echo, but all those Tier 2 subs, don't go nuts, man.
Wow.
Thank you,
great.
though. It's
Thank
very
you
kind
so
of you.
much,
I
Echo.
appreciate it.
I appreciate
Thank
that.
you, thank you. The Seniors Croquet Club. No. They're not like that. But anyway, yes. So you are going to go, and then the drone swarm will on several occasions go with this level of attack. And you can figure out ways to address the drone swarm. I will leave that up to you folks in terms of how you want to deal with it. I will just say generally, this thing does have, in quotes, hit points that you can reduce, but there's a lot of them. It's a big swarm, so that's just something to consider as you're thinking about this. And finishing up the quadfecta, if that's a thing, Echo Alpha gives a Tier 2 sub to Cat Rambo as well. Thank you very much, Echo. Very, very kind of you. Thank you.
That's amazing.
Really appreciate that. Far too generous. Thank you, Echo, so much. And so yeah, now everybody has Tier 2, and that means that everybody has an inspiration they could theoretically use on each other. You can't inspire yourself, but you can inspire other people. Yeah. So I'm guessing this is because Echo's telling you now you have to actually win. So I assume that's the pressure, is that now you actually got to win this fight. So that's the way that this works. So with all that said, we're going to begin with Aramis. You will have a chance to act before everybody. I do not have a map for this, by the way. This is very much theater of the mind, because this would be kind of a rough map, I think, for them to put together. So, but I'm happy to answer any questions I may about the layout.
Okay, so let's talk about this again, just so I have a clear picture of what we're actually dealing with.
Okay.
They are coming from the sky.
Yes.
I'm talking about the immediate area. Do we know how far they are? If they are, are they within attack range already of like ranged attack?
They would be within. They would be within like long range attack. They're probably a couple of 100 feet above you, but they are closing fast. Because they're still outside the ring. There's 6 of them, as I said, flying, holding this ring. And then the rest of them are just going to fly down, clearly intend to fly down through that hole that's been opened. So they're probably 200 feet, 250 feet away from you. This base is not that tall. So you can see very clearly the energy shield and the ring within about, 175, 200 feet from you, something like that. Theater of the Hive Mind. Yes, Triffid. Also, hi, Alice.
I have to send this off to the table because not coming into this session having played the last session. Does anybody have any ideas?
I mean, shooting the ballista seems like a good thing to. So yeah, I announced like we have to take out those 6 that are holding up the ring.
Yeah, Greg, you mentioned something about lines. holding up the ring?
They look like thin, strong steel cables of some kind, but they are thin, holding this steel ring, basically suspending it in. So it is, as I said, kind of bouncing around a little bit on that energy field, but it clearly is being held above the ground by these 6 insect creatures that are holding onto the lines, which are suspending the ring, from which the ring is suspended.
Got it. Okay.
Where is the ring suspended from?
From the 6 insects. They're flying, right? So,
so
6
they're
of them
flying
are literally.
insects.
Yep.
Okay. All right. And do we have a general sense of how long those cables are?
They are. It's hard to tell from this distance, but I mean, they're not super long. Maybe 20 feet each. Definitely. I mean, they could be, if you can hit them, they could be snapped from here because they're not right on top of the insects that are holding them. If you can hit them and do enough damage to them, because they do look like they're some kind of steel cable.
Wow. Wow, I really don't have anything that's going to hit that range. The thing I've got maximum range for is 150 feet.
And what's the diameter of the ring opening they've
50 feet.
Perfect. All right.
All right, I'm going to have to hold my action until something gets within range.
Okay. What? So give me an if then. What do you want to do for when they get close enough? You fire off an attack or what?
Am I allowed to jump in here and ask, like, verbalize something?
Normally not, but given that he wasn't here last time, sure. Go ahead. Steve.
Okay. I want to yell out, I can make a flying vehicle now!
Perfect. I'm going to defer my action and protect Sleepwell from getting attacked in the hopes that he is going to build us a flying vehicle.
Okay, so let me ask you this. If you're going to protect Sleepwell, then you're not necessarily deferring your action, but protecting him would be, if you're doing that actively, you can actually help him. And I'll explain how. If you protect him actively, whatever they do to him, you can basically try to take the blows for him rather than him taking it.
I'm sorry, Greg. You do realize I'm level 10, right?
I did notice, yes.
Okay, at level 10, I have this neat little thing that's called Extended Shields, which means I can actually protect him anyways. But I will be happy to continue to take the attacks for Sleepwell.
Okay, I love that.
I will say, all right, kid, get to it. I got you. And then immediately take up a defensive stance. Okay.
That's good timing because the drone swarm goes next. So what happens is the creatures... Oh, and I have a picture of this. I bet you would all like to see a picture of what these creatures look like.
Not really.
I'm in great living detail. They look like spiders. I'm just kidding. They don't look like spiders.
I'm okay. I'm really okay.
They don't look like spiders.
I'm totally good.
They are. Let's see.
Johnny, we need your enthusiastic consent to look at the bug.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I was like, actually,
let's just look at the damn bug, and if I freak out, I'll go deal with it.
Okay. Okay. Hang on a second. I'm gonna get you this picture because I didn't realize.
Bug's coming right up.
This thing is gonna bug you. Right. I can't do it.
It's gonna bug you.
Exactly. Okay. So. I'm just going to call it. I'm just going to call that picture bug. Okay. It's going to be popping up here on stream in just a second, so chat can enjoy this experience as well.
I'm gonna lean back. I'm going to lean back.
Okay.
Want us to let you know how bad it is, Johnny?
Nah, it's okay.
Okay.
There we go. Now, what you don't see on this creature is that it is holding a laser pistol. So basically, it's got many of these things have essentially pistols in their hands. And as this thing, as they're flying down, a number of them actually aim their pistols down and fire. and
Okay.
just everywhere around you, do, like the army's diving for cover. People are sort of shrieking. Some of the civilians. You are all trying to get out of the way. All of you get attacked by this attack. But in this case, sleep well. Aramis is going to take 2 shots for you, based upon what we just discussed previously. So let's see how that works. I bet they're peaceful. Well, this is an interesting definition of peace. Okay. Aramis, the ones on you, let's see. The one that's just aimed for you is a 20, not natural.
20, not natural. Jeez.
A dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
You
All right,
dirty,
hold on.
dirty 20.
Just a second.
Dirty 20.
Wait, what? No, it's definitely going to hit, and there's no way that using force shield is going to actually make this a big difference.
Okay, and then the second attack, which would have been on Sleepwell, is a 13, but you have to deal with that, Aramis. But a 13, I assume, misses.
The 13 is going to miss, or no, sorry, the 13 is going to hit actually because I have 11 AC. But I'm going to go ahead and burn 1 instance of combat reflexes and roll a D6.
Okay.
No, sorry, force shield. Excuse
Okay.
me.
All right.
And
So
I need a 2 or better for that to actually make a difference.
let's see it. Oh yeah, he'll miss. Oh
Wow.
wow. Welp.
All right. So how much of my 49 hit points do you really want?
So
That's kind of that's a funny way to put
Take
it.
it
You're
all.
like, all right, how much of these do you want?
you are going to take
Jeez.
18 points of damage.
What?
Don't you
and-
mean, Greg, you're going to take it from
No. I'm going to give the damage to him, which he will accept. 18 points damage. Now, I do want to check in on this, by the way. For some reason, I have people, and this can't be right. I have people down hit points, and that can't be right.
Yeah, I don't think
Because
so.
you were at 68 out of 68.
Well, yeah, I guess I'm fine.
I'm fine. Did we roll for level 10 hit points? I think we did, right?
We did. Yeah.
At the end of one.
Think
So
Yeah,
okay.
we did.
So okay, then Petra, you're at 76 out of 76.
Yes.
Sleepwell, 78 out of 78. So Aramis, that was 49 out of 49 before this hit. And
You mean 31 out of 49 now, buddy. Thanks very much.
yes, that is right. 31 out of 49. And I need you to make a Constitution saving throw for me, please.
Oh my god.
They're just trying to say hi. Yeah, they sure are. They're trying to say hi.
Oh, do I want to burn another one of these? Oh,
Would you
Greg,
like
how
to be
desperately do I
inspired?
want to? How desperately do I want to make this saving throw?
I don't know that I can. I mean, I'm trying. I don't know that I can answer that and be fair. I don't. I mean, these things look very. They're almost needle thin. These stingers, but they're they hurt. I
These
mean,
are-
how much
wait.
they hurt?
Are they like rushing up and stinging us?
No, these ones. So they descended some and then fired, and not all of them have these pistols, but a number of them in the swarm did. It almost looks like some of the swarm is basically ranged attackers. This is clearly not just a creature, a bestial, group, a swarm that's just
Yeah,
attacking
yeah.
that way. Clearly intelligent.
But their ammunition is stingers?
Correct.
Oh.
Yep.
I just
Yeah.
got a tier 2 sub. I'm not listed in the people who can give inspiration, but I would like to inspire Aramis, please.
Yeah, because I didn't have a chance to set it up yet. Yes, that's fine. You can do that. So Aramis was now inspired.
Thank you, Carlos. All right, let's try this. There's one.
See?
Thank you, Carlos.
Yeah.
Well, it's the rule. You have to.
Yeah.
That's the deal. Yes. So you
Wow.
feel this burning sensation, but it fades, Aramis, as you kind of shrug it off. You shrug off the effects. So you simply take the 19 points of damage. Sleepwell, you hear this like above you as Aramis kind of like takes these hits. And
And I'm looking at my 18 armor class, and I'm like, why did he do that? Okay, thanks, man.
Wait a minute. So it's 18 or 19 hit points?
18 points. Is that what it
Okay,
did? Say
thank you.
19?
All right,
Sorry,
all right.
18.
You said
my
18,
bad.
then you
Sorry.
said 19.
35 hit
Well,
points.
I
No.
said I have an 18 armor class. Like that shot of 13 would have missed me.
Yes,
so.
that well. Okay. So, let's see. Petra, the one on you is an 18.
Sadly, that somehow manages to hit. Yes.
All right. That is only going to do 4 points of damage, but I also need you to make that aforementioned Constitution saving throw, please. This is the new Among Us map. Yeah, I'm going to switch back to... I should really switch to the cams only, actually, because I don't have... They did not provide a map for this.
Eight.
Hmm.
I
Ugh.
don't
Yeah.
think that is a save.
Nope. So you feel this burning sort of begin to fill your body, Petra, and the good news is this isn't going to do more damage to you. The bad news is that your body is racked in pain to such an extent that your attacks will be at disadvantage until you save against
Oh,
this
yikes.
effect. So at the moment, you're having a hard time concentrating because it hurts so much. You will be able to repeat this save at the end of your next turn, though. And assuming you make one of these saves, then you'll get rid of that effect. But at the moment, that's what you're experiencing. Okay. Finally, the one that is on Kaz is, well, that's a 25, not natural.
Yeah.
So
I can't do a thing about that.
You're rolling a 25-sided die. Natural 25.
natural 25. Yeah, let's see. So that is going to be 8 points of damage, and I need you to make that same thing that I
Okay.
mentioned before.
So interestingly enough, is this poison damage by chance?
It is poison damage, yes.
So as a Bellare, a synthetic being, I actually have resistance against that damage. So
Lovely.
that's-
So you only take half of that then.
Yeah, so that's 4 instead of 8.
You
And
do still
then
need to make the con saving throw, though, unless you get advantage on those. Do you?
I do.
Oh, nice.
Against poison. So
Outstanding. That's
in
definitely
this
what this
case,
is.
fighting bugs is good for me. But watch me still botch this somehow. We'll see.
I have this image of you looking up. Ha! Bugs!
Yeah, we'll see. All right.
He
plus
has no
2 to
blood.
this, right?
His stars feel pain.
Yeah,
okay?
my stars are going to be poisoned, possibly.
Poison stars.
Okay, that's already.
Wow.
I'll just roll to see if I crit,
Wow.
but
Okay.
that's already pretty good. Yep.
Yeah, critical
21.
save here.
Okay. Yes, so that again, you were able to shrug that off. So simply the 4 points of damage, Kaz.
Perfect.
All right. Good stuff. That leads us now, speaking of Kaz, to you.
Amazing.
It is your turn.
Okay, so these things have this ring here. How high is the ring up off the ground?
So the ring is about 175-ish feet,
Ugh,
I would say.
jeez.
150 to
Okay.
175, somewhere in that range.
Okay. And what we're kind of seeing right now as we're looking up is the swarm starting to kind of like come in from above the dome and
Yes.
swarming down in.
In fact, the Stinger gun ones have
Yeah.
flown like right through the portal, like basically, like in the portal, and interestingly have sort of hovered there, perhaps realizing that they have an advantage at this range.
I see. Okay. All right. 170 feet, you said?
Roughly speaking, between 160 and 175, somewhere in there.
Okay. Ah, jeez.
Oh, geez.
All right. 160, 100. And that's where the ring is.
Yes.
Okay.
Right, and the ones holding it, the ones that are holding the cables, are maybe 15 feet above that, because that's
Yeah.
how long the cables
Okay.
are.
Is there any way, based on where I am in this base right now, to gain, with my movement, to gain 5 feet or more of elevation this turn?
I think
there
so.
any,
Yes,
like,
I think so.
crate
There are
or,
some.
like,
Yes,
something?
there are several crates that you could probably get up onto if you
Okay.
wanted to just get height. Yes, I think so.
Could I get even like 10 feet closer or more vertical? I mean,
Um,
or only 5?
I think you could probably get 10 feet if you're going to. I would have you make an acrobatics check for that, because you're going to need to climb up pretty fast, almost direct vertically.
Okay.
So
Sure.
If you're
I'll
willing
try
to
it.
do that, then yes.
I'll try it. All right. because I'm pretty good at acrobatics. But I may have spoken too soon. That's a 14.
No, that's actually enough. So you're able to pull yourself up on top of it. So yes, you are 10 feet closer now.
Okay. And when I pick this ability out, you see Kaz activates a part of his hunter's rig that he's never activated before. I picked this ability out a while ago and have never used it because I needed something that could hit multiple things at once. And this is actually seems to be perfect for the situation. You see the sort of like dark metal hunter's rig that he got very early in the campaign. These sort of small divots in it like release steam, and coming out you see several drones start ascending in the air. And I cast a Esper power called Field Lancer. It's a 2nd level forging technique. It says the range is 150 feet.
Yep, that's enough then.
Which has put me roughly around where the ring is. And it says I place a pack of micro drones in a 20-foot radius centered on a point within range. The drones each fire a cloud of shrapnel bursts at anything that enters the area. The area is difficult terrain, and when a creature moves into or within that area, it takes 2d4 piercing damage for every 5 feet it travels.
Okay.
In addition, these drones camouflage themselves. Any creature that can't see the area at the time the power is activated, which I imagine they can all see the ring, so I don't think this would happen. But it says the drones would camouflage themselves so that any creature that can't see the area that the drones are placed in when I cast this have disadvantage to try to perceive them, but they're already all right there.
Yeah.
So I would say that probably doesn't happen.
Yeah. So you're centering this in the effect, so it's a 50-foot diameter, and it's 20 feet, right? You're saying so.
Yeah. So it's not going to fill up the whole space,
Okay.
but I do want to pretty much center it in the center of the ring, and there's going to be basically some border on the edge where they could go around it, but basically a thick cloud of mini Kaz micro drones right under the ring, pretty much.
Awesome. Okay. Dig it. That's good stuff. And you were on top, you did that, and then you were like dropping to one knee or something, or like what's
sure. Okay. I get up on top of these crates and then I shoot those off. And then that would be my action. I say to the group, hopefully those will keep them at bay, or at least make it hard for them to come through. I'll start trying to pick off those ones holding the lines up there. And then bonus action, I could, I think with the level of specialist I am, I could do the, oh, actually, no, I don't have the cunning action thing. That'll be my turn for now, I think.
Okay.
Oh yeah, no, I'll use a bonus action to Hunter's Mark, but I feel like the target's going to be much too distant. That's the only thing I would do. Let me look.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Hunter's Mark, 90 feet. Yeah, so not close enough because I wanted to mark one of the higher up string guys. So
yeah,
I'm good.
Not unfortunately quite yet. Okay, good stuff, guys. Petra is up next.
I have a question.
Okay.
So I have this regenerative force as a sentinel, which I can expend a charge of it in order to neutralize a poison. Does that count as an action, or do I get to do something else in addition to it?
I'm going to double check because it should say what the level of the action is. Regenerative force, and that will work perfectly against this poison. Let me see if.
Oh no, wait! It says as an action.
Okay.
So it is an action. So I'm going to pause on that. And you see Petra kind of like stagger at the pain, and then she reaches up, she unslings her hammer, and you see her smash it down onto the floor, and it explodes into a whole bunch of tiny drones that fly up.
See, I'm not the only one.
These people hit level 10, they all have delusions of grandeur. Like, ha-ha!
We've all started copying Sleepwell.
I was going to say.
You're not the only one with drones now.
With that, like all Sleepwell's level 10 abilities are all non-drone related. They're all just like, I don't need drones. You're like, yeah. Very cool. Okay.
The spell is, it's Tactical Support Zone, which is a rank 3 forging technique. It says you launch micro drones carrying a transmission signal between you and your allies. They mark the point of impact from an ally's attack and fire and laser beam at the same spot. Until the effect ends, the signal area moves with you centered on you. While in the signal area, each non-hostile creature in the area, including you, deals an extra 1d4 radiant damage when it hits with a weapon attack.
Very cool.
Amazing.
So, and that, yeah, as long as you're in the area, then you can attack out of it and still be doing that extra nice.
And I would presume that applies to any of our allies that are.
Yeah,
Yep.
like we shoot out of it, the drone's attached to the bullet or something. I don't know.
Awesome.
That's cool.
I love it. So far, I'm a huge fan of what I've seen here with level 10. Good stuff. Awesome. And then Petra, you still can move if you wish.
Oh, let me take a look.
Yeah, there's no real map, unfortunately, to work with, so it's sort of, again, we're all theater of the minding it, because there's no map for this.
Well, then I'll try to kind of gain elevation as if. Well, actually, I'm going to hold until I see maybe a magical forged vehicle will appear at some point that I can leap onto.
Okay. Yes, I can imagine. Okay. Good stuff. Now the drone swarm attacks again, but differently this time. A set of other of these creatures, not the ones with guns, but another of them, and literally you can see these strange bulbous shapes on their legs. And then you see the creatures, again, in a very coordinated maneuver, fly down, even with the ones that shot the needle guns at you previously, take two of these from their legs and toss them down. And so there's just this rain of these bulbs. When they impact the ground, needles go out in every direction from it.
Jeez.
And so I'm going to ask all characters, except for Sleepwell, to make a dexterity saving throw. Aramis, you're going to have to make two of these.
Okay. Do any of these creatures pass through my cloud of drones?
So
at the
these creatures, I'm trying to think of actually where they're positioned.
Because I'm thinking...
Because they don't... The thing is, they haven't dropped below the ring. They've gone into the ring. So probably some of... I will say that some of them probably will have. So yes, Kaz, what's the effect for some of them?
Because how thick is the ring?
Like the metal of the... Well, so it's about a foot or two deep and about 50 feet in diameter. You don't know how thick the metal is, but in terms of depth of the ring, it's about a foot or two.
Well, so the effect is that if they move into or within the area, they take 2d4 piercing for every 5 feet they travel. Okay. And I've basically created a 20-foot radius sphere that I can center. Actually, now that I think about it, I can center it at a point within 150 feet, which means 20 feet beyond that, the radius, the upper radius of the sphere is going to go 170 feet up.
So let me have you roll 2d4 3 times. Let me have you roll 64 basically, and that's how we'll address that.
All right, and then I'll do my saving throw.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
And yes, the whole party has a cloud of drones, almost. Everyone's about the drones.
Fight bugs with bugs. Okay, here, I'll just do 6d4 and we'll do it in pairs, I guess. Hopefully that'll work. Okay, so that's 5 damage to one of them, 5 damage to another. And
since it's all one swarm, just give me the total.
Okay, so 16.
So 4. Okay, sounds good.
All
okay,
right.
So you see a couple of them drop from the sky. One soldier dodges out of the way as the thing hits with a disturbing squish. Okay. Now, I do need everybody to make those previously mentioned saving throws. Again, these are dex saving throws. 2 for Aramis. Everyone else does 1 except for Sleepwell, so Petra and Kaz 1.
I would like to point out that I rolled a 16. And
hey, congratulations.
Extremely impressive, and you do manage to duck out of the way. You nimbly parkour out of the way of this thing. As does Aramis for the first one. But the zig worked, but will he zag?
Yeah, no. I'm sorry, Carlos.
He zigged one, and then he's like, oh.
No zag.
Okay. So does not succeed on that second one. So, let's see. Aramis, you are going to take 13 points of damage as these needle strikes to you. Very dangerous stuff. Okay. However, you'll be happy to know that this does not cause you to make a con saving throw. Okay, and then
But this damn car is worth it.
and then Kaz, did you do yours yet, or?
Yeah, I got a 20.
Okay,
Right-
this is
right
not
above.
poison damage, by the way. This is just
Yeah.
piercing damage. So,
Mhm.
but
Yeah,
it doesn't matter
I-
because the 20 means you ducked out of the way anyway. So
Yep.
only Aramis got hit. You also notice some of the other army members got hit here too. All right, so they do that, and then it is Sleepwell's turn.
So, it's been a while since we played. It takes 10 minutes to make the frickin' vehicle.
Yeah,
I am so,
I was
so
gonna say.
sorry.
Oh,
I am very, very, very sorry, Aramis. I not read that correctly. And
He's reading the manual. He's like, I have some bad
I
news.
have noted that you will be mentioned in the dispatches, and we will have bagpipes at your funeral, I promise.
Oh gosh.
I am so sorry.
A bunch of the
I
bugs
was
just
looking
point
up, I
down.
was like, yeah, I can make it work. And, I am so sorry. So, to make amends, I am going to make a medical drone. It's a level 3 forging technique, and so it appears, and then as a bonus action, I can basically put it on somebody on a round, and it basically heals 2d6 damage, and because I'm a medic, it will also add my proficiency bonus to
Mhm.
it. So Aramis, to make up for this, I am very sorry. That was not at all the intention. And you heal. So what is that?
Nice.
9 damage. And
9
basically, I'm
points.
imagining this medical drone is gonna just like stay by your side, you know, and just keep it.
Thank you.
To the REM song, Everybody Hurts. So you're just like, ow, ow. Oh, man. That was precious.
Stroking you nicely the whole time, going, shh, it's okay.
It's all
It's
right.
okay.
Are you going to move anywhere, Sleepwell, or do you want to stay under the comforting cover of Aramis?
Well, I mean, I'll wait till he moves. I'm not an idiot.
You feel bad, but not that bad. All right. That sounds like a plan. Now, this turn, the Illustrian army goes, and you know this because you suddenly hear a and literally the fortress shakes slightly as the massive ballista fires this arcing red laser up and just and like cuts through a few of the bugs, hit the ground, squish, squish. And you can hear the buzzing intensify. There is a shout, a tired cheer from the defenders. And that brings us up to the top of the round with Aramis, who's feeling hale and hearty.
Yeah, that's it. Hale and hearty. Give me 1 second as I look something up here.
How to kill a medic into...
All right. Has their range decreased at all?
Has there? Yes, they've gotten a little closer. They are now probably within the ring, although it's still probably 160 feet above you, something like that. They seem to be going out of their way not to get too close, which, since they seem to have more ranged stuff than you folks do, seems to be pretty smart.
What is around that is essentially higher than the plane that we are currently on? Essentially, the
Kaz
level?
was just up on it, actually still is, kneeling on a crate that's 10 feet up in the air.
And that's the highest that we can get.
There is one other option, which is one of the currently not being used ballistas. It looks like it might be out of service or decommissioned or something like that. It only like has the equivalent of like do not use tape, put over it. But the ballista itself towards the sky is probably 20, 25 feet. So you could probably, if you climbed up it, get to the top of it. It's
like
not exactly designed
run it-
for people to stand
yeah.
on the end of it, but...
run across the barrel to the top.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Aramis is going to go do that.
Okay.
Cool.
So you run over to this thing and climb up it. Now, I do need you to make an acrobatics check for me as
would
you were
love
going
to.
up this thing.
as I'm making this dumb choice, can you tell me how high it actually is?
So
like how tall?
The ballista, so if you go up to the top, because it's tilted upwards, so if you go up to the top of it, it's about, I would say, 30 feet total above the ground. Which would work out to, that would put you within 140 feet of them, maybe 135, because some of them are slightly lower.
All right, I will try it. So I will take that action, but at this point, I'm still barely within range.
Okay.
Okay. So here's your acrobatics check.
Yeah, that's
how
fine.
does a 17 work?
17 works fine. Yeah, you're able to get to the top. When you get up on the top of it, you can feel the ballista slightly sways back and forth, clearly not having been designed for this purpose, but you are able to, with some care and precision, balance right on the very top of it.
All right. Oh, I'm sorry, I misinterpreted my range. It's only 120 feet that I can actually cast towards, so I'm clearly still out of range.
I just did if you jumping and then at the height, like, oh. So, yeah, I don't.
What's the gravity like on this planet?
That's a good question.
Conveniently light.
I'd love to tell you, but it's on pages 1 to 3, which I couldn't print. No.
Right.
I'm just joking. Illustria. So Illustria's gravity is, it says, quite similar to Earth, so it's about the same. About the same. Maybe slightly less, but not enough that you would really notice, a major difference.
All right, well, I got nothing right now. What would it take for me to launch myself using this ballista?
To launch yourself?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You'd need someone else. You can't self-launch. You would need someone else to do it. You need to get one of your party members to be like, launch me in this ballista. I am perfectly happy to allow you to do it because it's awesome. But you do need someone else to fire it.
Pretty sure Sleepwell would help.
Hey, Sleepwell.
Oh my god.
Yes.
I need to do something stupid, and I know you'd like to see me make a mistake. Do you want to help?
I want my medical drone to inject you for the next 3 rounds or so.
We don't, buddy. We don't have time for this.
So
No?
Sleepwell can decide on his turn what he wants to do. Aramis, are you positioning yourself just basically?
I'm positioning myself. Yes.
You're about the size of one of the ballista. Now it shoots. Now technically the ballista shoots these red lasers, but it does seem like there is an ancient, like, physical ballista thing here, cable. You don't know what it's going to do, but it does. So Aramis positions.
You have the equivalent of Featherfall or a jetpack or anything, Aramis?
He has a ballista.
Oh, I got it covered, buddy. We're good. Just when you get a chance, just send me flying.
Okay, with that, the drone swarm attacks next. The Stinger guns fire off. So they're going to attack Aramis just once this time. Aramis, that is going to be a 22. A 22. I almost said 24. 22.
Yeah. How much am I taking here?
That is going to be... that's 9 points of damage. However, you'll be happy to know that because you've saved against that con effect, you don't need to redo it. So you're basically protected from it for a time. So you just take the 9. I mean, just. Okay,
So I'm back down to 18.
Yes. The one on Petra is a 25, as apparently my dice have decided to show up big time today.
Yeah.
That is... it's another 9 points of damage. Now, you do not have to, because you're still affected by this, Petra, you don't get affected twice, so you're still dealing with this pain. Oh, which reminds me, did you ever make your save last turn? I don't think you did. At the end of your turn,
No.
remember, yeah, go ahead and make your con save now, and let's see whether or not that worked.
9.
No, not enough. So you're still racked with pain, but you don't
Still
get
racked
double
with
racked
pain.
with pain. So you just take the 9 points of damage then here. Okay, the one that goes on to Sleepwell that's a 12.
That's a miss.
Okay. And the one on Kaz is a 23. Wow. These guys are not messing around. Okay, that is going to be 7, but that's rounded down to 4 because you're resistant.
Okay.
So you are down to 60 out of 68.
Mhm.
And you did make your save already on this, right?
Yes.
So you are immune from that.
I will say though, in fairness, that my micro drones, it's a concentration thing, so I should make a save for taking damage while concentrating, right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Yep.
This is not too good. Constitution. Yep. Nope. The drones are gone.
So suddenly the drones
great.
drop. Now, so let's see. Okay, yeah. So sadly, unfortunately, that drops.
Okay.
So, okay, that was all 4 of you, which means it is your turn, Kaz. It is dropped, but it is your turn to go.
I curse in Balare, which just sounds like, and then
It sounds like Hans Zimmer. Bong.
Yeah. And then I just shake my head and decide to continue with the plan as normal. And kneeling on this crate, I look through the scope, and this is what I was born to do.
Okay.
I
Aiming at
will-
one of the ones with the cables, right? Are you aiming
Exactly.
at the bug or the wire?
Oh, that's a good question.
Wire's closer.
Yeah. And if I kill the bug, then another bug could just grab the wire.
There are a lot of them.
So
Buggy is a bigger target, though.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's true.
interesting.
It's not an easy shot.
I'll take that as a challenge. I'll shoot one of the wires.
Okay.
And I do have 2 shots with the sniper rifle. It uses my entire turn, but I'll take the first shot at one wire and see what happens.
Okay.
So here we go. Got a +9 to hit, which is nice. So that's very nice. That's a 25
Hit.
to hit the wire. Okay. And for damage, that's just going to be the damage of the sniper. So 2d8 plus 4. 14 points of damage. for
Snap
that wire.
goes right through the wire. The wire snaps
yeah.
and drops down, and you hear this sort of the anger of the buzzing increases. There are now only 5 things. The portal kind of, the ring kind of shifts a bit, but it's still up
Perfect.
there. But there's only 5 now instead of 6.
Okay. A little bit of steam disengages from my sniper rifle as I then align my scope to look over. Because I want to create instability here, I'm going to snap a wire directly adjacent to the one I already snapped. So it
Right.
starts to hopefully lean on one side.
Okay.
So I'll take a very similar shot. Hopefully do well with +9. Does a 20 hit?
Hit.
Okay, perfect. Wonderful. And that's going to be 9 points of damage.
Snap. Second one goes down.
Yes.
So
perfect.
again, two hell of
Nice
a
shooting.
2 good shots.
Yeah.
Snap. So 4 left.
Okay.
2 down, 4 left.
Okay. I sort of, pull the scope away and let it, reheat or cool down off, actually.
Right.
And then I kind of call back and I say to the army men and women, do you have any way to get up there? Jetpacks, anything?
And Lament says, "Up there, we get slaughtered. We can't fly and we can't fight in the air."
But we can.
And Lament says, and you see Lament is kind of like, it's one of those, movie montage, the thoughtful moment, where he's thinking about it. So doesn't say anything yet, but we'll
Sounds
throw it
good.
out there.
All right.
Well,
That's my
Rock
turn.
God, apparently less than 11, somewhere between 9 and 10 is what
Yep.
what it appears this wire appears to have. Okay, good stuff, Kaz. That took your whole turn, so that leads us to Petra. Now, Petra. Oh, and additionally, actually, Kaz, You should roll another 1d4 for that second one, by the way, just because I'm curious. Because you get that radiant damage because of Petra's, field. Because it's where you shoot from. So.
All right, sure. If it'll make a difference. That's another 3 on top of that.
Okay, yeah. So the snap is important. It has. Mm-hmm. It wouldn't have mattered here, but it may matter elsewhere. So I just wanted to. I want to make sure we remember to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, Petra, it was up
So
for you.
2 things.
Also, before you go, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I think that was was that a concentration spell or concentration that your field?
Yes.
So you do have to make a roll to hold on to it because you were hit for damage, I believe. So you need to make a
before I do that,
sure.
I want to mention something which I had forgotten about, but I think will affect all of us.
Okay.
Which is that I have this multi-user tactical display.
Yep.
Whenever I or a friendly creature within 10 feet of me must make a saving throw, the creature gains a bonus to the saving throw equal to my charisma modifier, which is 3.
Okay.
So people should be getting +3 to saving throws.
Sounds good. That's
within 10 feet of me.
Right. I was going to say that sounds good.
I'm not sure everybody is.
Yeah, Kaz is not.
Do.
Kaz is up on a crate up 10 feet and over, so that's not going to affect Kaz, but it would affect Sleepwell. It's not going to affect Aramis at the moment who's in a ballista.
Anymore.
But anyway, yes, but that's a good call. Okay, so go ahead and make that con saving throw, Petra, for me. And if that does not work, then Kaz, that 1d4 wouldn't have mattered because it wouldn't have existed. So let's hope that gets made.
It would not have mattered.
Okay, so sadly that field goes down as well. I'm sorry to say. Okay, but it's now your turn, Petra. I
am going to use my regenerative force, and you see like kind of a blue glow comes out from Petra as the poison is shed, and with it the pain.
Outstanding. All right, poison is free, and now that you've done that, you're immune to that effect for the moment. Okay, so you did that. That was a full action. You could still move if you want, Petra.
I could just like jump in place, which isn't really...
Jumping jacks, pump your fist, go over and draw the ballista.
Yeah, you press the space bar, you jump up.
I will try to find kind of like cover. If I can kind of be at least slightly covered from, I don't know, needles and poison and stuff.
There are some possible places up there, like behind, although part of it, and you can see now actually that, hello, Becker and the Merchant, you can tell that actually the way that this attack is being done seems designed to inflict maximum damage even to people who are trying to go in cover. That's what those needle grenades are for. So again, it's just something tactically is really impressive. That said, though, yes, you can try to do the best you can for that, which is convenient because they go next. And they drop these aforementioned needle grenades against you. So I'm going to need everyone to make a dexterity saving throw. Now that is going to be at a plus. How much did you say, Petra?
3.
3 for Sleepwell. It's not going to affect Kaz and Aramis for those 2 reasons that I just mentioned. They're out of range.
An 18.
Okay, Petra does not make it. Sleepwell does.
No, I haven't rolled yet.
Oh, I thought you did.
I still... No, not yet.
Oh.
11. That was the other saving throw.
Okay.
You get a bonus, don't you?
Yeah, do you get the 3?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that is one of the reasons why I mentioned it.
That's important. Okay, so that means that Sleepwell, to check you all out, all of you make your saves this time. So you're all just like dodging left, right. Somehow Aramis, I guess, just like rocks left and right on the ballista, I guess, as this is happening. One of them accidentally triggers it. He goes flying into space. No. All right. Good stuff there. And now, Sleepwell, it is your turn. The Illustrian Army is coming up next.
Okay. So first things first, bonus action, inject Aramis with sleep, with healing goodness here.
With sleep. Just like put him to sleep before he does something stupid.
Only dream.
Sleepwell, what have you done?
Right. Okay, so this is so it's +4 to this. Oh, good roll. 15 back.
Nice. Okay. See, Aramis, you're fine. Everything's fine.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be perfect. It's all good.
Okay, so verbally, I'm saying, Aramis, Only if you are because I have something I could do right now that might be helpful. But if you think it's more helpful for me to shoot you right into the maw of like 1,000 bugs with guns.
Well,
Yeah,
Seconds here.
when you put it that way.
Yeah, you don't have a whole lot of time to think about this, Aramis.
go ahead and do it, Sleepball. You can shoot me out there next round.
Okay. So I am going to cast 5th level rank 5 power
Okay.
called Toxic Burst. It has a range of 300 feet, and it creates a... well, let me ask you, how close are two bugs to each other? Like, how distant are they?
They're a lot of them are pretty close to each other. I mean, the ones around the ring are spaced evenly around a 50-foot ring, so I'd need to do some math calculations to figure out what the distance is. So I don't know about that. But in general, the swarm, there's lots of bugs right next to each other. So
Okay, so basically what I would love to do, this thing has a 20-foot radius, 20-foot, I guess, diameter, right? Or 20-foot radius, I think is what it said, but that doesn't make sense. It would be a 20-foot diameter,
it'd be a 20-foot
right?
diameter of a sphere, yeah.
Yeah. 1 second, I'm just going back to the power.
Wait, what does it say? 20-foot radius?
Yeah, it says 20-foot radius, so it's 40-foot diameter then,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, so in a 40-foot diameter, right? Because then I can probably get at least 2 of them, maybe even 3, right? Because if the whole thing is 50, maybe I can get 3 of them in a 40-foot diameter. Where are the math people in chat? But yeah, so basically what it does is it's almost like it's basically cloud kill, I think.
Yeah,
Where
yeah.
yeah, they're now I keep losing the page. I'm so sorry.
While you're doing that, by the way, is your medical drone that you're using on Aramis, is that concentration?
It is concentration. That's why I did it first.
So, okay, because you have to drop it for the toxic burst. Okay.
Yeah. So, like 80% of the whole. Yeah. So I can get. I mean, I've got to imagine at least 3 of them. Maybe
you would get a lot of the swarm. The question is if you're, and that could do a lot of damage, or yeah, you could try to aim it for it. There is the question about if you kill the bugs, does that mean just other bugs come to take its place? But maybe with a sphere, with something that's a constant ongoing thing, maybe that will be less less
I
relevant.
think this is going to be a cloud. What I'll do is like the cords will fall.
Yeah.
And then they'll have to go into the cloud to suffer, and they might not be able to maintain it.
Seems like a plan.
Yeah, so right. So basically what I'm going to try to do is get as many of the bugs who are holding wires in the middle of this toxic burst.
Okay.
And they're all going to take 40-10, and if they make a save, they suffer half as much damage.
Okay. We are going to look up for a so swarm saving throws. No, right. So we got that. And it's con saving throw?
Yeah, it's a con saving throw against my wisdom. So it would be a con saving throw of... Oh, sorry, 1 second. I have to look at this. Because I think we just leveled up, so I think it just changed again. So sorry.
That's fine.
1 second here. Let's have this
It's
idea,
a
but
con
I actually
save.
like
Fun
what
musical fact: this piece of music is in 7/8.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Grapefruit, pineapple. Grapefruit, pineapple. Grapefruit.
Yes, the grapefruit pineapple time signature.
Hey, how do you teach a violinist 7/8?
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's a music nerd joke that only
Horrible.
2 of you
Why-
got, but it was
wait,
worth
I
it.
don't-
That's so horrible.
Okay.
Why
so-
specific?
Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is actually 8 beats, not 7.
Yeah.
So the idea is
And
violinists don't know how to play in
terrible
7/8.
at time. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you could make that joke about literally everyone who's not a percussionist.
Well, I was just
in
gonna
my
say
experience.
a rhythm person like
That's
you
fair.
should know.
Yeah.
You know, like
No, I just laugh because it doesn't have to be a violinist.
Well, that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, trumpet players are always right on rhythm with no difficulty. We never have ever problems with anything.
You're better than others. But.
Okay, so
DC 16.
DC 16. Okay. Well, thank you, Rock God. A couple of music people were like, "Ha ha." The one violinist was like, "Screw you, Arv. I'm never coming back to this channel again." Okay. So they do not, at least many of them don't make that. So go ahead and roll your 4d10, please, damage for me, Sleepwell.
I think it's just 4d10 with nothing else on it. Let me just see. 4d10 poison. Yeah, it's poison damage too, in case that's relevant. Okay. Roll. There it goes. 30! Wow. Hey! Good roll.
Nice.
4d10, that's pretty good.
All right, these creatures are surprisingly, apparently, not resistant to it because they seem to take a lot of that. Okay, a lot of bugs drop from the sky. And pleasantly, 2 of the creatures holding the wires also drop. Now, again, you don't know how long that's going to last as opposed to the snapped wires, but at least temporarily, there are only 2 holding it up. And you can see there's 2 effects to that. The first is that the thing is starting to list a little bit. And the second thing is that it's also dropping. You can tell that the bugs are kind of struggling, the 2 remaining, are struggling to hold the ring up, which means that it's dropping closer to all of you, slowly.
Let me ask a question about that, because clearly what I would have done is, like, center it on a place where I was trying to get as many bugs as possible, but also, like, feed off of what Kaz had already done. So, like, if I took out 2 bugs next to the 2 bugs he took out...
Right, that's why it's listing. That's why you did do that.
But it's, like, sinking in, so it's like, I'm just trying to imagine what's happening.
So it's hanging like this.
Yeah.
Right? And then it's also starting to slip because the 2 that are holding it are not, like they're not able to hold it up really at the moment. So so it is at an angle and dropping. And I did assume you were doing that. Yeah. So that's just 2 on this one side.
Check.
So yeah. Good stuff. Oh, go ahead.
From a like I don't know if it's scientific at all, but like they're using this ring as some sort of thing to breach the shield that's around this colony.
Correct.
Right? So do we see the shield start to restabilize as the ring lowers, or
not yet? But it's possible that it needs to be because there's also
below,
exactly,
maybe?
And there's also bugs in it. Like so, there's multiple things now interfering. One bug by itself couldn't breach it, but if you have a thing that's already been put in place, a breach that's there. Enough bugs could also, along with the ring, help hold it back. Although this is not a viable long-term strategy for them, quite obviously. So, and now the Illustrian army gets to go.
Got it.
And the Illustrian army fires away, and again, and this ballista fires again. And every time the ballista fires, again, you feel the ground move. This thing is very powerful, and again, hits these. And now there's a lot of dead bugs on the ground. And so they are now lying on the ground, and we move back up to the top of the round with Aramis, who has now positioned himself super well, I guess, in the ballista. Like
Although I'll quickly bring up, I asked the commander if they had jetpacks. Did he finally respond?
Right, was still has not had a chance to respond to that yet. They may be sending people off to deal with it. You don't know, but not this round.
Making sure.
Yep.
All right.
What is the range of the closest thing at this point?
Now that they're down a little bit, probably the 2 that are holding it up are probably lower. They're probably like 120 now, 110, 120 feet from you.
The ring itself, or are those the 2?
The ring, the ones above it are still holding it, so it's probably another 15 feet higher. So they're probably like 135-ish. But the cables are only like, the cable is within 5 feet of that. So the cables are probably like 125. They're probably like 135, 140, something like that.
All right. Aramis is going to yell, finally, get up, move back up to the top of the ballista. I'm going to assume that you're going to want me to roll for that anyways.
Depends on what you're doing. Besides this so far,
I'm good. Aramis is going to run his way back up the length of the sort of the shaft, essentially, or the rivet or the whatever it is that's just like
right,
down to the groove,
the
to
channel,
be able to,
whatever. Yep.
right. He's going to run back up. As he's doing that, he's going to cast Flaming Discs.
Okay. Are you?
And
please
then
tell
he
me
is
you're
going to
to
run
leap
and
off and
jump.
then flaming disc. Wow.
And start firing off Flaming Discs at the last 2 cables.
I love it. I should change. If I wasn't afraid of getting demonetized, I'd throw up the Chariots of Fire theme right here. Okay. Love it. So, yes, I'm going to have you make an acrobatics check for this. I mean, remember, everyone has, a couple people have inspirations.
Oh, yeah. I was just about to do it.
Arudinel has already done it.
Yep.
Arudinel is inspired.
Oh,
Now,
yay!
I don't know why it's not doing that, Arudinel. I know you have one, so I don't know why it's not. I don't know what's going on with Arcana Spot, but because you should have it. Just give me one sec, Johnny.
Yep, no worries.
In the meanwhile, since we can hum things, but we can't play them, I've got my little trombone kazoo here.
Very good.
So I don't. I wonder. You had
That's
2 and
great.
used 1. Did you use a second one during the Eberron thing, Arudinel? Is that maybe why? Because I know I reset them so that everyone had, and I know you had 2, and it was before we did the AIME. No, okay. And you didn't use 1 and 1, like maybe 1 in Eberron and 1 in Adventures of Middle Earth. I believe you, so this is not a problem. If you say you have one, I believe you. I just am a little surprised that I didn't. I don't know. What's up, Shadow Mage? So if you have one, no, that's cool. I believe you. In which case, then the inspiration will occur with Aramis. Just you're poking at the bot. You can investigate. Yeah, just double check very quickly for me, Shadow, because this will make a difference since since Aramis is about to do something very awesome. If
Arudinel's doesn't work, I was going to inspire.
Okay. Yeah. So I think it used it and then it doesn't say anything. Okay. Right. So that's probably what happened. Okay. So then hold on to yours for now, Kaz. All right, Aramis, you're inspired. Okay. You may make that acrobatics check at advantage with your inspiration, assuming you're using it for that. Okay.
How about a 16?
Once again, that does it. So you're able to run up just to the now, and then you leap off, and I have this slow-mo image of like flaming disc. Now, are you setting them towards the wires, which actually are closer, or are you sending them towards the bugs?
Oh no, I'm sending them towards the wires.
Okay. All right, let's see it. I really want both of these to hit. How many attacks do you have on these? You have 2?
I get 3 of them.
Oh, I really want these to hit. A lot.
Give me just 1 second as I double check something. Okay, perfect. So here's the first one. $17.
Nice.
17 will not hit.
Wow.
Wires.
I'm going to inspire Aramis again now to try to hit with this next one.
Okay, well then. Okay, for this next one, right, because he has 3 attacks.
In attack
okay.
rolls now.
All right, so now the inspiration from Kaz. Okay. All right, Aramis, this next one's at advantage. Nope.
Wow, thank you again for that, Kaz.
You got 1 left.
Wow.
Sorry, they are thin wires.
Mm-hmm.
That hits.
There you go.
Yes.
Wow. How's a 21?
Yep, that hits, for sure. Go ahead and roll your damage.
And so these are 1 second.
Which that is pretty cool. It still works cinematically. You fire off the discs and it's such a small wire. You see all of the 2 of them miss, and then the third one finally.
Yep, yeah. I have this image actually of you doing this, like the third one being like, ugh, and then like the third one actually does it.
Yeah.
Oh, about 17.
Nice snap. Jeez. Right through. So there's great. 1 left. Now the ring now is not all the way over, but it's tilted pretty badly, and now it's starting to move down even more quickly as the bug is like struggling. So good stuff, Aramis. Now that's the good news. The not so good news is now you got to stick the landing because you leaped up basically into the air. So I'm going to need you to make here. Let's see, dexterity. I'm going to have you make not a saving throw. I'm going to have you make an acrobatics check to see how well you stick this landing. A splat roll. Well, we'll find out.
Can I get a plus?
If
I will describe it. I'm gonna ask the question at the end. But as Aramis is hitting his sort of the arch, the peak of the zenith of where he's actually going to, in his momentum going up, as he's going down, he reaches into his back pocket for his bonus action, pulls out the inflatable mattress. Braces to land.
Yes, I'll give you advantage on that.
No
That's too
roll
good.
needed.
Too good. No, there's a roll, but it's an advantage. Too good. Oh, the 20! The 20!
That is amazing.
So he just tosses this thing down in slow-mo, and it lands on top of the squished bug, like, and then doink, like, off of the bed. And, like, so you do this, and the bed just kind of skids to a halt next to the guy who's firing the ballista, and he looks down, and he's just like, well, that was impressive. And he turns back to the ballista.
We can end the campaign now, guys.
Yeah, exactly. And scene.
Exactly.
No, that was great.
That's
Tremendous.
peak.
Wow, that was amazing.
Don't give up on the mattress. Good stuff. Also, all right, good stuff. That leads us to the swarm. Now, the swarm gets to go. Now, two things happen on this turn. This is Rob in my other campaign's favorite term is when I say two things happen. Two things happen. The first thing that happens is the ring stabilizes a little bit as you see that one of the bugs has flown down and picked up one of the non-severed cables. So there's now two bugs that are holding it up by the non-severed cables. It's still slipping and it's still tilted, but not as far and not as fast. So there's that. Yeah. What's up, Sleepo?
Question. It went into the cloud. That cloud is still there, so it takes 4d10 damage.
Which cloud? Both clouds now have, many of these clouds, remember, have now vanished because of losing concentration.
Oh, yeah, but mine was still active.
Oh, yeah, yours is active.
Just cast.
Okay, that's fair.
This one.
So, yes, let's have you roll damage for that. Let's see if that's enough. That may help in this situation. Normally, I've been thinking about it as a full swarm, but this is different because it's trying to pick it up. So, yes, good call. I forgot you had one previous. You were the only one whose concentration was left standing.
Yeah. Wow.
25.
Okay. Consult notes. Okay, that's not enough, but that is notable. So I have made note of it. It does affect the swarm.
You didn't make a saving throw.
Say again.
It gets a saving throw.
Okay, thank you, Paxi, for that. Well, it did not make it.
Okay.
So it will take all of that. Thank you, Paxi, very much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Good to see you, Paxi. It's been a little while. I hope you're doing okay. Hello, Sandflea McCoy. Hello to Paxi, who you should definitely be following. Plays things like Apex Legends and stuff like that. Good to see you, Paxi. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome, everybody. We're in the midst of a pretty fascinating fight that just involved a quick inflatable arrow bed. Long story. Okay. So it does take all of that. Not enough to kill it, but definitely has an effect as it grabs it. And they are now pretty much in the level of the cloud. So they're going to be affected by it unless they can pull this ring up again. Okay, good stuff. Now, the other drone swarm creatures, I'm trying to think about whether they're still firing through the ring, but I'm going to say that they're only going to be able to hit a couple of you here because the ring is tilted. So I'm going to roll. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm going to make Aramis 1, Petra 2, Sleepwell 3, Kaz 4. Okay. And the two that are ones are the ones that are targeted. Number 2, so Petra. And number 3, Sleepwell. So those are the two that are affected. Still, could be definitely worse. All right, the first one on Petra is a dirty 20. Sorry, you're muted, Kat. Does it? Yes, that hits.
I was. You didn't want to hear what I was saying anyway.
That's 5 points of damage. Again, you were not affected by the poison effect here. I don't think you have any concentration up, so you don't have to worry about that. Yeah. Sleepwell, this one is going to be a 19.
19 hits.
Okay, so 2 issues here. The first is you're going to take 9 points of damage. The second is I don't think you've had to save against this effect yet, right? Right, so you're going to need to make a con saving throw on this.
Right, and I add 1d4, right? Or I add 3?
Yes, because you're within range of Petra. Yes, because of the. Yep, absolutely. we are having a good stream so far, Paxi, and thank you again for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing okay.
Oof.
Okay.
When it rolled on my screen, it looked like a nat 1 for a second.
Yeah, it was tilted on the one there.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah.
So you're not poisoned, and now you won't be dealing with that effect anymore. However, Sleepwell, you do have to make a con save for the concentration to keep that field up.
And that is a 19.
Nice.
Yes, that's enough. So it keeps up.
So,
All right. Good stuff, Sleepwell. Okay. Now it is Kaz's turn. There are 2 of these cables that are being held by bugs that are unsnapped.
Okay.
And are being
Oh, and I just remembered, I think you said you were going to switch to cams only screen if you wanted.
No, not until I get the dice roller done with.
Okay.
Then I'll move it over. I thought about that, but no.
Okay. You probably know what I'm going to do. I'm going to shoot the 2 wires that remain.
Yep. I had a feeling.
So I will do that. Just good old 2 sniper shots.
Everyone in
plus-
chat who ever played Mass Effect, this is all like Black Widow long distance
Yep.
shots we're talking about.
Yeah. Oh man.
Best shot sound.
I'm gonna miss this because I don't think I'm gonna play a sniper in the next campaign.
Oh man.
So this became a very specific build, which I love. Okay, so here's the first shot against the wire. That is probably not gonna do it. That's 15.
No, it's a miss.
The second shot against the other wire will be a 23.
Hit.
Okay. And that's 2d8. I don't get any bonus damage, but that's max damage. That's 20.
20 is
The
a
wire.
hit and snaps it right through. So again, 1 cable left now that's being held, and again it starts to move down rapidly. Now probably within 100 feet or so, the bottom of it anyway. Okay.
That's my go.
So good stuff. All right, and Kaz is staying where they are. Okay, Petra. So the ring is now about 100 feet away. There's 1 cable remaining, and there's still a bunch of bugs up there.
How are people doing on hit points? Is anybody?
Ours looks fine.
I think I'm at 33.
I'm good right now.
I think I'm at 33, but I think I'm doing okay for the moment.
I'm feeling my lack of ranged attacks very keenly at this moment. So instead, I will heal people because it seems like a reasonable thing to do.
Okay.
So this is all of us because it'll affect up to 6 people.
Okay.
Let me not do that in the chat, but actually do that on Roll20. I haven't done that yet today, so. Now everybody gets 8 points.
Hey.
Very nice. So I have
Let's be back
Aramis
to
at
full.
41 out of 49. Kaz, I have you at full now. Petra, I have you at 66.
That sounds right to me.
And Sleepwell, I have you at 77, I think.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Fortunately, they do their attack called 1 hit point below, all die. No, just kidding. That's not what they do. Instead, they do the... actually, Petra, I know you had tried to find cover before from which you were doing this. Are you going to stay in that relative cover,
Yes.
so to speak? Okay.
It's
So,
covers.
I figured as much, but... All right.
But now at the beginning of their round, that one's going to take another 4d10.
Yes, very nice. So go ahead and roll that damage, please.
Okey-dokey.
Wow.
Yep. That's quite right.
So I have to take out the bonus here. So this one should have suffered 25 already, and
Oh
now it's
my
another 33.
gosh.
Cool.
That's
Not
amazing.
dead, but that's some pretty good stuff.
Really? Wow. Okay.
These guys are level 10. These guys are strong.
Chunky.
Okay. So they are now going to do their grenade thingy. So I will need, let's see, again though, I'm going to do the same thing I did before because it's listing so badly. So 1 Aramis, 2 Petra, 3 Sleepwell, 4 Kaz. Okay, 1 on Kaz, 1 on Aramis. Okay, so I need both the 2 of you, please, to make dexterity saving throws for me.
Alrighty.
As these grenades hit the ground.
15?
15 is enough. You're able to duck out of the way.
Great.
What a 19. I rolled that twice.
I was going to say, I was like, wait, what? 19 does also manages to get out of the way. All right, good stuff.
Nice.
Okay, and Sleepwell is up next. One cable remaining, and your companions.
Does that one, if I'm calculating, I'm just trying to do sort of like hit point. It's taken 33 but 25 so far. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
So.
And it looks, it's a little hard to see because there's a lot of bugs up there, but there's you can see some ichor drip. You've made an impression, Sleepwell.
All right. I mean, this is a little bit ridiculous, I think, but it's kind of all I can do, I think, in terms of like this range. So I'm going to drop concentration on Toxic Burst, and I'm going to cast Toxic Burst.
Wow.
Oh, I see. Clever.
So that it basically does the damage now.
Okay. It's using another one of those slot, but I mean, that's cool.
Yeah, it's basically like all my 5th level slots are gone now, but
okay. So so you do that. Go ahead and roll your damage here.
Damage here is only 16.
Okay, 55, 16. It's not quite dead. It's very close now. Very hurt, but not quite dead. However, you also inflicted a lot of damage to the swarm too. But the swarm is still hanging around. These things are large, by the way, not small bugs. So it's a good idea, though, Sleepwell. And the Illustrian army then gets a chance to go, and again, the ballista goes off, and just carves through them. The swarm is looking pretty messed up. There's a lot of dead bug bodies now. And again, there's just that one cable from which the ring is dangling precariously. Aramis, we're back up to the top of the turn. As you were lying on top of your mattress.
Still laying on top of my mattress. 3 more flaming discs, aiming for that last cable.
Okay. Go ahead and do it. This one you can just bounce off your mattress.
Seriously. All right, give me 1 second. 21.
Hit.
All right. And how about 11 damage?
Snap. The last cable goes. Now, 2 things happen at this point. The ring, snapping clear, flies down towards you. We'll talk about that in a minute. The energy field, now having the metal completely out of the way, reforms, and there is the very satisfying sound of a massive bug zapper as just a bunch of bugs just get zapped and slaughtered. A cheer goes up from the tired army, followed by a "Get out of the way!" lament screams. I need all of you to make dexterity saving throws, please, because this ring plummets towards the ground.
I would like to inspire Petra.
Okay.
That's great. Oh my god.
Not as great.
That's great.
Okay. Everyone, I think, makes that... okay, yes. So everybody... Oh, wow. Same. So you're going with the 12, I assume, Petra. So everyone, however, makes the save except for Kaz. Kaz, you sort of duck. It's probably because you're still on top of the crate. So you're still like, yes, oh, God. And then you just try to jump off the thing. So this thing strikes you. You are going to take a little bit of damage. By that, I mean a fair bit of damage. You're going to take 20 points of damage. And you are knocked prone. Part of that is because you're knocked off the crate, too.
Yeah.
So you hit the ground with a thud, and there's just a moment's silence as this, you're just lying in ichor. However, the shield is sealed, and the bug attack is ended, and a cheer again goes up from the army. And you're sort of lying there, Kaz. One person comes over to you, and you can see that it's actually Captain Revis Lament. And he reaches down, holds out a hand to you.
I take their hands and stand up.
And he says, well done. If I had another 40 of the 4 of you, we could have ended this war already. All right. We drove the bastards back again. Praise the mother. And everyone's like, praise the mother. And cheer. And you look around and the place is a mess. There is green blood, quivering bug wings, dead bodies, that sort of thing. You do see that a couple of the Illustrian army members have also died. But under the circumstances, it could have gone a lot worse, based on what you could have seen. And the army members now come over to all of you, basically, and start, clapping you on the back. And some of the civilians come out and also come over, and there's a couple actually of the sort of younger people. Although there's not a lot of young people you notice in this place, but there are at least one or two that look to be young-ish, not little kids, but young-ish, that sort of look at you curiously. The civilians kind of cluster around you and sort of look up at you wonderingly, Kaz, and speak to each other. Sleep well. Some of them come over to you. One of them actually reaches out and pets your fur, and then someone whispers sharply to them, and they sort of pull back like, well, they didn't mean to do that.
No, it's good. But actually, I had a quick question.
Sure.
Or did 3 people die, or how many people died?
Looks like about 4 or 5.
Okay. I think it might make a difference because I can resuscitate people who've been dead for up to 10 minutes.
Okay.
So I want to use all my spell slots to resuscitate anybody who's died.
Wow.
Okay. You can do that.
So let me just quickly count how many.
Be aware though. You don't know yet about what the rest situation looks like here. You don't know if there's going to be you'll get a long rest or whatever. That's cool. I'm on board with this plan.
In character, I have to.
No, that's cool. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So I have 1, 2, 3.
If they've been dead for 10 days, or up to 10 days, you don't have to do it immediately.
No, it's 10 minutes for resuscitate.
Oh, 10 minutes. I thought you said 10 days. Never mind.
I'm sorry, one minute for resuscitate.
Oh,
actually.
well, go.
Yeah, so I need to run fast. And
all right.
so, I can do up to 4 people.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow, that's awesome.
Okay, so you do that, and 4 of them come back, and there's this sort of gasp, and people just sort of stare at you in just amazement. 1 or 2 of them kind of whisper and look at you fearfully, but most of them are just and Lament sort of goes over to see to each of his soldiers, and then comes back to you, Sleepwell, and says, "Thank you. I think you should come speak to Lar now. It's clear to me that your coming is on the vanguard of prophecy. We needed you, and we need you to help, and perhaps we can help you too."
It's what we came for.
So, Aramis, are you going to deflate your mattress or leave it dramatically on the field of battle?
Aramis clicks the auto decompress and refold in packaging as it kind of
yeah,
comes back down into a slight little package, and then just sort of
Vacuum.
slips it back there and pats it on the back and just kind of moves on to the next thing.
In the far future, there is nothing so effective as an arrow bed. I just want to be clear about that.
I just brought 4 people back to life, and I'm still jealous of that freaking mattress.
I'm just going to set us up with this one thing, and then we'll take our break here.
Okay.
The 4 of you, assuming you're willing to go along with them as they are kind of encouraging you to do, head along to this. Now, remember, I may have mentioned that I think we talked about the fact that this base is set really on the side of a mountain, essentially. And so as you follow them, you can see that there are several bridges, which look actually covered bridges, which look highly reinforced. And again, there's a big energy shield. That same energy shield is over all of this, that goes into the side of this particular portion of the mountain. And inside the mountain, as you follow, a large natural cavern has been converted into a beautifully accented church. There are bright tapestries dangling from the roof of the chamber, and a large pulpit sits on a low ledge to the east. A single Illustrian kneels, and there is a middle-aged human woman, it appears, with striking features, quite, I guess you might call, classically beautiful. Aramis reminding you almost of ancient vid tapes of old Clash of the Titans films, and stuff like that, standing over the Illustrian, giving some sort of blessing. And as you come in, Captain Lament stops just sort of at the back of the church and waits respectfully. And then at one point, a woman lifts her head and looks over and says, yes, what is it, Lament? Actually, doesn't say Lament, says Revis. What is it, Revis? And Lament says, Mother, it is... These people have come. They just fought off some of the swarm. Their bravery was unparalleled. I think they may be in fulfillment of prophecy. They must speak to you. And, he's been very gruff, but his voice is clearly muted here and deeply respectful. And she looks at him and nods and looks at all of you and holds her arms wide, and she says, then welcome to the chamber of the Mother. Let us speak, you and I. And we will speak as soon as we've taken our break. Chat, you are watching the amazing crew of Esper Genesis. I am joined as always by Johnny Pittman, by Cat Rambo, by Carlos Hernandez, and by Zach Clay. We've just fought off some bugs. Let's see what happens when we talk to the theoretical leaders of this planet. If you've liked what you've seen, please follow the channel, support the Patreon, and support all these wonderful people and all their wonderful doings. And we'll be right back at you in just a few minutes. Please hold tight. Welcome back, everybody. My apologies if I interrupted anyone that I could not hear before. Welcome back, all, to Day 73 of Esper Genesis Aftermath, which has already been rather eventful, I would say, as we rejoin Johnny, Kat, Carlos, and Zach, as we are in the Church of the Mother on the planet's surface of Illustria. So yes, the woman, as I mentioned, has just extended her arms out and said, welcome to the Church of the Mother, and waits for your reply.
Can Kaz make a quick insight when Revis called this prophet Mother, which up until this point he had always referred to her as Prophet. And
no, not Prophet. Talk to the Prophet. In fact, you asked if it was the Prophet, and said, no, this person can talk to the Prophet. So,
you're right.
You know. But yes, you're right.
She's a priestess.
That's a priestess. Correct.
Yeah. You're right. But either way.
Yep. No, that's fine.
Can I intuit if it's like custom to call priestesses of the mother, or if he meant like this is my biological mom?
Sure. Go ahead and make an insight check.
Okay. My insight is insane. So let's see what I can do. Insane. Not so insane, but 18.
Yeah, you got the impression that given the respect that, he's giving her, you got the impression that this is more likely to be kind of a title of some kind. You're not sure, though, Kaz, if this is a title that everyone uses. Like, this is obviously someone who is of the faith, right? So you wonder if that's part of it. I guess the equivalent would be referring to someone as the Holy Father in Christianity, and that's separate from the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, right?
Yes.
You almost wonder if it may be something like that.
I see. So no hints as far as I can tell that,
You don't get that impression, no.
Okay.
No, you don't get that impression. In fact, I believe I need to double check. I can't find this because it's on page 1 to 4.
Oh yeah.
I think he was.
He looks older.
And not only that, I don't know that he's human.
Oh, okay.
I think he's a Kesh. Actually,
mind.
let me double check.
Right.
Let me. Yes, no, he's a Dendus. Sorry.
Oh.
So he is a green-skinned Dendus, and she is definitely not. So.
Yeah.
Unlike
Kaz thinks that for a second, and then he's like, wait. And then he like wipes his visor. He's like, oh, jeez.
Is there anything wrong?
No.
Yep.
And I look at the rest of the group for them to lead this situation.
Hello. Hi. How should we address you?
And she smiles and she says, well, if you are of the faith, some refer to me as Mother. But since you probably are not of our faith, you may refer to me simply as Laura. I am a priestess here in the Church of the Mother.
Okay. We are travelers who are coming because we have been given something akin to a vision that likely has ramifications for life in this part of the galaxy. And we were instructed to find the Luminant, which is an ancient Cepheus, and we wanted to talk to you about that. That's why we've come.
Make an insight check for me, Sleepo. Actually, everybody can, I think.
All right.
What's the rolling on?
Insight.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Arudinel. It's not really retconning it. They are old, but they're not middle-aged to old. Not like old as the hills, but
Oh my god.
more like, old veterans type.
Oh, these rolls.
Okay, let's see.
Terrible.
So, let's see. So we've got Kaz, we've got Aramis, who's still thinking about the mattress. Sleepwell, who's still trying to, figure the way around, like, okay, well, this is what we're here for. I guess is very interested in the building. I would say that Petra, you probably notice a slight, not hesitation, but a shift in her demeanor when the word luminant is used. Not a negative one, though, because you definitely get the sense that not just from her, but from Revis, when you say the word luminant, there's kind of a moment where you almost sort of look and you can see Revis and Laura looking at each other, just sort of briefly like, wow. And Laura says, then you know of the luminant.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we know that we are here to find it and that we can probably do some good on it. I don't know if Revis mentioned to it, but we just killed a bunch of bugs and helped and brought a few people back.
We are grateful. The luminant, though, well, it is belonged to us of the faith. It was all that remains of the prophet. His vessel, when he brought us here, when we were brought to the planet. And now it has been taken by these creatures. My people refer to them perhaps profanely as the Swarm, but they are also known as the Zamaron. And the Zamaron is spelled Xamaron, in case anyone's curious. The Luminant was lost when the Zamaron descended upon us, and it is located deep beneath Mother's stage, there in the center of the mountain. We now fear this is the center of the Zamaron hive. It was our greatest artifact. What would you do with this luminant?
Well, let me answer a question with a question. Has anybody been by here before us named Canero, possibly going by a pseudonym Abraxas?
And she pauses and she says, no, but there was something. Several cycles ago, there was a explosion overhead. We thought at first that it was some more attacks from the Xanaman, but as it turned out, it was not from them. We saw a plume of smoke and a column of fire, and then something shot overhead and landed on the far side of the mountain. There was the sound of an impact. We thought perhaps that we had been fortunate, and that the swarm had gained some terrible impact that might strike a blow. But it appears that was not the case. Perhaps these are the people that you mentioned, but we did not meet them.
Do you have any information of where they landed then, or where they headed?
And she shakes her head. I am afraid not. They landed on the other side of the mountain beyond our energy shield, and for us to leave the shield now, at least from what Revis tells me, is suicidal. We must do what we can to build our defenses here, and of course to build our faith. So, I don't know what happened to them, but no one has come here, at least not over the last multiple cycles now, since the Xanaman came.
I kind of step back into the crowd and kind of like motion for someone else to take the lead.
Do you know anything about a shatter star?
And she kind of... A shatter star. No, these words have no meaning to me. What is that? Perhaps an artifact of yours?
It's supposed to be some sort of a base of operations for something.
Shatter star. A base, I do not know. Well, we have not been off the surface of Illustria since we first came. There are many things beyond our world which are strange to us and are not needed.
I see.
Are you familiar with anyone named Tesora Merkel, perhaps?
And she Tezora, I do not think so. It is, perhaps that was the one in the ship that, or whatever the light, the column of fire. Perhaps this thing that crashed on the other side of the mountain. I grieve for you if it is a friend that you have lost, but I know no Tezora.
Well, as our goal is to find this luminant, and you said that it was at Mother's Stage, this mountain that's now the hive of these things.
Zamarans, yes.
I think it would be in our best interest to, though you say it's a suicide mission, I'd say to the commander, that's where we have to go. So any help or insight on these creatures, how to fight them, their history, or how to get into Mother's Stage, or anything that would help us with that would be appreciated.
And he says, to go into Mother's Stage at this point is, as Mother said, and, nodding to the priestess, would be tantamount to suicide. Although we have considered the possibility. And he looks uncomfortable, you would say, and he kind of looks over at the priestess, and the priestess kind of, you can tell that this is sort of like a discussion that they've had quite a few times, and he sort of stops and waits, and the priestess says, "It is Revis's belief that we must get the Luminant back, though I respect his courage greatly. I am aware what the cost would be. The sacrifice of all of the Mother's children would not be worth the bringing back of an artifact that those children could not see, having passed into whatever lies beyond. And she shakes her head. I asked him not to go. We still needed our protection here, too, and it was fortunate we had it based on the attack that just came. So I have said no to this point." And Revis says, "Although it's possible things may have changed, perhaps the balance has been tipped." And he looks at all four of you and says, "Your bravery out there was striking. I have not seen four work that well together, not in an age. Who are you, really? Why did you come here? Are you in fulfillment of prophecy? Did you come from the Mother?"
I look at Petra.
Who knows with prophecies? They can read one way or another way. We've come here as we have been told to come, and we have accomplished some good in the past for various people. So it seems to us we might be able to accomplish some good for you, perhaps beyond killing the bugs. But what is prophecy, really?
And so you
say to the prophet.
Really, this
You're
prophecy
like
thing.
meaningless, but hey.
Yeah.
And so they sort of you notice that Laura the priestess does not seem angry, and says, and Revis kind of looks to her and she says, "Well, as to that," and she turns and she sort of gestures up, and you can see for the first time that the reason that this church is designed the way it is that there's actually light which shines through in this shaft in the mountain's wall. And the shaft itself, as you can sort of look up, is covered with this crisscross, the telltale crisscross sign of the red energy shield. So clearly it's protected, but beyond it, you can see directly up towards the nebula, which looks not unlike the one that you see behind Carlos right now, let's say on the stream. And she points up and she says, "That nebula, we believe, is a god who gave birth to us, the first children. We, the Illustrians, were brought down by the mother. She sent the prophet with us, helping us travel to the surface of the planet. And then he left us his luminant. It would be something to light our way in dark times, and to remind us of the prophecy that he gave, which was that someday the god would send more representatives to free us from the bondage of our place. Illustria was and is our home, but in a way it was also something which kept us here. We could not leave it. And it was said that one day we would be asked to spread into the stars, to spread the word of the mother to others. And that would be reliant upon those who came and saved us from the greatest evil we had faced. That evil, as you can see, is now upon us. If you are in fulfillment of prophecy, then you are the ones the mother has sent, the ones that will bring us free again. If you can do so." And she kind of looks over at Revis for a second, who just is watching, and then we would indeed let you at least borrow the luminant. It might be of use to you in your stars, as long as you promised that it would be brought back when our temple had been rebuilt in its full glory. We would trust you if you could free us from the scourge of the Zeraman. And she turns to face you. Also, it's Zamarin. I keep trying to want to make it Zeraman, and it's just not that. It's Zamarin.
Zeraman?
Zamarin. And Revis kind of bows a little bit, and he says, "Mother, if you will, I must go and attend to my army. I will be in the mess hall later. If you are interested in speaking more of this, you can come find me, and perhaps we can strategize together if," and his eyes go back to the priestess, "if you can convince Mother that this is something we should do." And he kind of bows slightly and then turns and departs.
Yeah, so if we're in fulfillment of the prophecy, like, we don't have to, like, ourselves believe the prophecy, right? Like, was there anything in the prophecy that was like, "And lo, 4 unbelievers with mighty hammers and stuff will come and save you, though they don't believe a thing about it"?
And she smiles and walks over to you, Sleepwell, and she says, "I sense you are a scientist. Am I right?"
Yes.
"I think you will find on Illustria that our scientists and those of the faith are often one and the same. We find our science derives from something greater. In answer to your question, no, there is nothing in the prophecy that requires belief. We believe that if a river flows, one not need see its source to know that it has one." And she smiles and kind of nods at you.
I just kind of quickly add, my mentor, Wari, he was a religious man too. And, well, after he died, I kind of decided not to be, but he was a scientist, and he believed in a higher power too, so I've seen it work before. It's not for me.
She nods and she says, "All of our paths must be our own. And perhaps if your mind and hearts are open, you can find your way back to a path you may have once lost. In any regard, it is not for me to direct you, but for you to determine your own path. The mother watches as she wills."
And I convert on the spot. No, I'm kidding.
And I instantly am like,
hey,
I'm like, tell me more about that.
it's a Blues Brothers moment, right? Just like, you know, you
We
hit the
all
shaft of light.
take a level in cleric.
It's a bold move.
Just flips up the aisle and and she says, "But do all of you feel this way?" And she says, she looks at you, Aramis, and she says, "You have not spoken. Are you one who silently waits before speaking and letting their opinions be known?"
Aramis gives her a piercing gaze and says, "I'm not sure my faith will have an impact here, because my faith is different than yours. But that being said, we will defend yours just as I will defend mine. And trust that your prophecy and our intentions are at least somewhat in line."
And she nods and she says, "If you seek this luminant, then someone like you and those who would come to Illustria would, I think, be doing so for the right reasons. At least it seems likely to be so. Do you think that our luminant will help you find this shatter star, as you referred to it?
Or it'll help us somehow. It was a direction we were given by who we think crashed in that ball of flame that you saw. Which, if it's on the same mountain that Mother Stage is on, perhaps we'd be taking two birds with one stone, as it were."
She nods slowly and she says, "Yes, and it would be a great loss if your friends were lost without you attempting to find them." And she sort of sighs and she says, "But my people are weary, and we do not know how much longer the energy shield, or indeed our own resources, will hold out. It is why I have been loath to permit Revis his attack. He is brave, as you've seen, but I fear he would bring the rest of his men in a doomed effort to find the luminant, and perhaps for no cost. For no cause at all, he would go into the center of this thing, lose all of our forces that would protect us. And what is the loss of so many children? Why would we do that? For the certain knowledge that the luminant is lost to us forever. But if you think there is hope in this, then perhaps there is something to be said for what the prophecy says. It says that you, or those who will come to us, will lead. And thus, if you would lead us, and would wish to see us escape this prison, then I will permit it, if you think it would be of value."
"And if that escape means death?"
And she shrugs. "Then it will have been a path that you choose towards your ending, rather than one that you were dragged down by one of the Zamarin. I myself would rather go to my end with eyes open and my heart open, than scrabbling and pulling and desperately holding on to what scraps I had left. But this again is my faith. I cannot impose it on anyone else."
That the fates have aligned us then. We all are at the moment where we need to do this. And so now I think it's time to move away from faith and get really practical about tactics and information and maps and food and water and rest and everything we need to equip ourselves to take on this monumentally difficult task. Where do we start?
And she smiles and she says, yes, there must be not simply faith, but food to sustain it. There I think we can be of some assistance. In just a moment, the time will be called for the evening meal. At that time you are welcome to dine with us, and in that hall you will find many of us who have already done what we can to scout out the Zamarin threat. We do have a few young people among us, young people who have already scouted some of the tunnels and the places where the Zamarin lie. And Revis will be there with his men. You may be able to speak to him about what it is he had planned, this assault, he called it, upon Mother's stage. Perhaps if you can gather that information together, you will have what is necessary to make this attack functional. You may tell him that you have my permission to proceed when you decide that the time is right. And you, as she finishes saying that, you start to hear this dong, dong, and she says, that is the bell for the evening meal. You may, as I say, attend that meal if you wish. I must tend to some of the ones here who remain injured and hurt, and there will be some cleaning to do. But I, of course, will answer any other questions you have.
Yes, the only question I have is, I can heal a little bit too still. Should I stick around and help?
And she smiles and she says, I am grateful to you for what you have already done. But first I must assess what damage remains. If this is amenable to you, I would ask perhaps that you go to the evening meal and then come back afterwards, and I can inform you of what healing may still be left to be done.
Good enough.
And again you hear the dong, dong.
I suggest we go share their meal. Talk to them further. Get a better sense of them.
Yeah. I think we do.
Is that what you're going to do?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So as the four of you depart, just before you leave, she says, I hope you will not take it amiss if I still give the blessing of the Mother upon you. May the light of the stars shine in your heart as well. And thank you. Whether or not you come from prophecy, at least you come from a place of peace. And we are grateful. So, when the four of you have left, you notice that there are a lot of people out now, civilians that you did not see before, presumably because they were hiding. And you do actually see with this group a few children, but only a few, maybe 4 or 5, let's say. Most of them, though, are adults. And you can overhear there's several hundred people are basically walking toward what looks like almost like a long tent that abuts the rock wall of the mountain a little bit further down, still underneath the energy shield, of course. And one child of the children shouts excitedly to one next to him, I think it's Rulash today. And the other one shouts back, I'll beat you there, you little trailer kite. And they go running off into this, what you would guess is like a mess hall. And as you are walking towards the line, several people see you and come over. You seem to have made quite an impression on the Illustrians, and they kind of like gesture you in, asking you to come into the mess hall. Also important to note, by the way, as I said, these are all different groups from across the Silrain Arc, but all of them speak to you pleasantly and gently, and do not push and don't yell, but they also don't give you the welcome to one among us. You know, they're just sort of like at peace. These people seem to be, and so they bring you in, and you start as you sit down at these long tables, and there are a number of these long tables around which all the people sit. And you can see that there are plates which have been placed there and hunks of what look like bread. And the cooks, or at least that's what you think they are, come out with these huge vats of steaming stew and ladle them onto the plates. Presumably you're supposed to use the bread to eat this. But the stew smells quite good, actually. And even Kaz, you can tell that it's like, this is what would be described as good food among the more organic, types.
Pleasing to my olfactory parameters.
Precisely. And so the stew is kind of issued out in front of you. And as you begin to eat, you can look around the hall and see that there are a number of people. There's a couple of kids, the kids that may have been actually the ones that sort of were yelling at each other outside, that you can see are kind of like ducking under the tables and sort of playing with each other. Probably, you would guess, like maybe 8 or 9, maybe 10, the two of them. There's another boy who is sitting and talking with a couple of the military guys that you first saw. Notable because it's one of the only other kids that you actually see in this entire group. There is an older man who is actually the one that was firing the ballista, Aramis, that said, oh, it was pretty impressive. He was an older man, very gaunt. Face and heads are covered in burn scars, who is sitting talking with a couple of the other soldiers. And then there is Revis Lament himself, who's talking with others. So there's a number of different people you could check out and talk to if you wish, or you could just, hang out and eat food, but that's what you see around you.
Just want to remind you, they didn't become relevant in the other fight, that I still have my basic constructs with me. My four.
Indeed, yes.
So
yes.
They're basically there too, just standing behind.
And that attracts some attention of people sort of like look over oddly at the, sort of give with a little bit of odd expressions, and a couple, the kids maybe haven't noticed them yet, the ones that have been playing, but you get the impression that would be really cool to them. But in any case, yeah.
So to our little party here, I'm gonna just kind of like lean in a little bit and say, well, clearly we need to talk to Revis, but we should really be looking for any supplies that we have. And I look at Aramis especially, and I was just like, you are really vulnerable out there. I was really uncomfortable with how out in the open you were, and it just, I'm wondering if there's any way we can equip you in a way that can just keep you just a little bit safer.
Sorry, good buddy. I don't like armor, and it doesn't like me.
I'm not talking about like armor, but like maybe there's like a force shield or something, or just something.
All of that stuff, my good friend, will not help me. It will impede my ability to cast and do the things that I do with my Esper powers.
Right, okay. So not even going to consider a possibility out there, just going to dismiss it out of hand.
No, I'm not dismissing it out of hand. Sleeple, you have to remember, I was in the service. We figured these things out. We tried these things. For me as a soldier, the type of soldiering that I did, it didn't work for me to have a force shield or any other type of defensive thing. What it did was it impeded my ability to be able to do what I do. Now, granted, I am very squishy. The medics love me. So I'm aware. And no, but that's exactly what I mean.
I love you, you idiot. I smack him.
No, you do not. You like me. You have only just begun to like me. It's perfectly fine.
I want to marry you.
I'm sorry, you have to get on your knee and do the whole traditional human proposal, sort of ceremony from the 1980s. If you would like a couple of movies to watch, I will be happy to show you. You know what? There's one called, I think, Runaway Bride. Another one, let's see. What's got another good, I can't remember right now.
Just fight you on the nape of the neck and drag you off.
Yeah.
This is what happens when
vampire?
Shadow
Is
Mage
that how-
inspires Sleepwell in chat, by the way.
Is that how Valna weddings are done? You just bite your potential mate and run off.
Do you have an impact on Ashen Forest? Is there some sort of like lycanthropic effect, from the Volna saliva? Is there
You
like
wish you could be a were-me, but you can't.
look?
All right.
I'll tell you what, Sleepwell. You want to figure something out, and you want to try it, I will. But when it actually impedes my ability to be able to do my job, we're going to have this discussion again.
Okay, I will take that as a challenge in this, outpost that probably has nothing for any of us. But I am going to try. And you know why? Because someday I'm going to marry you. And I'm going to actually just, stomp off and go look for the general here.
Well, that'll be my fourth marriage, I guess. And I turn to go grab some grub.
So Sleepwell's going to go off to talk to Revis. In the meantime, Aramis is getting some food. Petra and Kaz, what are the two of you sort of focusing your attention on / do you want to talk to any of these other people, or what do you think?
After that conversation,
Yeah. First we stand there and listen to the conversation and look at each other and are just like, huh?
Kaz looks at Petra and at the soup, that wonderful stew that you're having, and just after all that, he's like, how is it?
It's really good. Very good stew. We should.
Cool.
I'm still flabbergasted, so yeah, let's sit and eat and let's talk to these people and just get a sense of them, perhaps.
Kaz will look around to see if there's any Bellare.
There are no Bellare here. It's the only group that seems to not be represented. There are one or two Ashenforge. There is some Volna, some Matakai. There is definitely a Dindusi. You can see a Kesh, some humans and Prometheans. You don't see any Bellare.
Kaz will, he'll, seeing that everyone's still eating and he's waiting for the time to go up to Revis and speak. Keeping an eye on, seeing that Sleepwell was going to do that, but
right.
Kaz will head outside, and what he does for a little while is not speaking with anyone at the moment. He looks up at what I presume is the night sky at this point.
That's more or less, yeah, through the red energy field.
Yeah. And do I see this nebula that they call the Mother? And we don't presume that that's just that I'm just looking at where we came from, right? We're not looking at the Silrain arc.
No. And you know what? In fact, let me have you make a check about that. Let's see. Thank you, Shadowed. I would like you to make for me an astrophysics check.
Ah, yes.
It only took
My
us
favorite.
4 years to get this check in.
And I am so good at those. Yep, that's a 4.
You're like, stars. Stars and me. Me and stars.
Me and stars.
Yeah.
I look up and I wonder if there's... He sort of presumes that it's some other nebula, that it's not related to the Silrain arc. And
yeah, I mean, even without the check, this doesn't look like the Silrain arc to you.
yeah. He wonders if there's any Bellare there. And goes back inside. He realizes now that he's outside and out of the noise of everyone, that there's been a part of his suit that's been releasing steam and hissing this entire time because he was never healed from being crushed by the ring, which he took 20 points of damage from. So he'll cast mend on himself a couple times.
Okay.
And then head back inside to join Sleepwell in conversation with the commander.
In the meantime, while that is happening, two things here. First of all, Petra, are you looking at anyone specifically of the group that I mentioned that you could see, or anyone else? Or...
I'm curious about the other Ashenforged, and I will go talk to them and just see who they are and how they came here, and how they have adopted this faith as well.
So
I'm curious about that.
yeah, as you sit in conversation with them, the Ashen Forge strike you, as indeed everyone on this planet has struck you, as having a they obviously speak a common language. They acknowledge sort of Ashen Forged heritage, but their heritage to them seems to begin and end here, with the prophets bringing down to Illustria the people of Illustria. So like when you're looking into like, well, so being an Ashen Forge, they're like, well, they sort of we're Ashen Forge, but we're Illustrians, like that. That's what matters.
Okay.
And you don't get any sense that, and they don't seem to be lying to you. I mean, you could make insight checks if you were uncertain of it, but they seem very sort of straight ahead, and they're very curious about you. But when you tell them things about, say, the Silrain Arc or about your experience, they kind of sort of smile and sort of shrug as if, they don't follow what, as if you're telling them a story, right? Rather than this is a thing that actually happened to me, because they are Illustrian.
Well, I will store that nugget of information away, since that is curious. I will join Aramis where he sits eating his own soup.
And Aramis, while Petra is off talking to the Ashen Forged, the gaunt older man that I mentioned who said, good job, came over and sits down. And now, Revis has a fairly gravelly voice. This guy is... And he says, so, you always use mattresses to save yourselves from a fall. That wasn't bad.
Well, it was kind of my first time, actually. Had been suggested previously, but, never had the opportunity. And when I saw the opportunity, I took advantage of it, and had a little fun along the way, trying to bring down that rain.
That was something.
Is that the... Say what?
That was something. He kind of nods.
I did a little bit of the work. The people I'm with, and they really cover my butt every single time. I'm just the curmudgeon here.
Huh. Well, maybe you've got enough wisdom to think before you act. Not everyone's that way.
Well, and Aramis kind of looks around and says, see that kid over there? And he points to wherever the Volna has gone off to. Sleepwell.
Sleepwell is off, just about to talk to Revis over at his table.
That's exactly the perfect combination of, impulsiveness and wisdom right there. That kid, I'd follow that kid anywhere. Just don't tell him that, all right? Listen, that's a thing. You can't tell him a damn thing about that.
So he nods and he says, I see. I suppose he's one of those that you used to hate till he pulled your ass out of a sling.
No, I never really hated him. I just worried about him. He's an impulsive little kitten who's just, finally getting his adult fangs.
And he nods and he says, well, I can understand that. I wish that there were more that we had here. I mean, we're pretty tight-knit here, close connected, but until the mother brings others to help us, well, the fighters, there are fewer of us every year, every cycle. And some of us are getting tired.
Well, I got to tell you, that kid over there, he's going to do amazing things for you. But I got to ask you, you've been here for 50 cycles. Is that right?
Yes, something like that. One loses track.
Where were you from before you got here?
And he kind of like, well, I mean, here we were brought down by the prophet to Illustria. Over 50 cycles ago, I suppose. I remember being here for 50, but perhaps I was here before. And you notice that although this is a gaunt, older man, he may look partly older and gaunt because of the scars that I mentioned that cover his face and head. So it's a little hard to get a read on him. It may be that he's not as old as you think, and he speaks in this gravelly voice and looks older just because of whatever trauma he went through.
And okay, I don't have medicine, or I do. I mean, I could roll. I'm curious. Can I do a perception check, or maybe even a medicine check, or even a xenobiology check to kind of get a sense of whether the scars are like, are they battle scars, or are they specifically related to whatever's aging him? If the perception is that there's something off about his aging, is there some sort of like perception roll of some kind that I can or knowledge roll of some kind that I can make to discern what's going on there?
Make a medicine check. Let's see.
How's a 14?
Yeah, you don't think that there's any kind of necessarily unnatural aging. It's just that this makes it difficult, perhaps, to discern his age. But you can be pretty sure these are burn scars, you think, Aramis. Burn scars from something. Maybe chemical burn? Because they seem to cover almost in splotches parts of his body and his face, which suggests more splash than sort of a steady, I was burned by a fireball or the equivalent of that.
And everybody seems to have these same type of scars.
No.
Only
Most
him.
people don't. Only him.
Right.
I mean, everyone, a lot of the warriors look kind of old and like sort of weary, but they don't have these scars the way he does now.
So Aramis kind of says, look, I don't hope you don't mind me kind of prying into your personal life here. 50 cycles is a long time, and those scars don't look too good. You mind if I ask what happened there?
Well, the scars, as it happens, don't have anything to do with my age. Although if I'd been older, maybe I would have acted differently. I'm the lead scientist here in Aftermath. I was working on stabilizing a fuel in the factory nearby. We call it Feldalar. It's a fuel that we hoped could help us get into space and escape. Well, we had to work quickly. And we had to work quickly because we knew at any time if the Zamorin found us, we'd all be dead. One day I was working even faster than normal because there had been rumors that there were Zamorins nearby. I got careless. There was an explosion of Feldalar at the old factory, and he sort of gestures towards his face. This was the result. It's volatile, this fuel. If you move it around too much, it'll explode. But it's powerful and highly efficient. More efficient than almost any fuel you could think of.
Do you have a ship that you're making this fuel for?
Well, the plan was to be able to modify one of the ships we have to be able to use this fuel. At least that was the theory. We made good progress until about 15, 20 cycles ago, and you get the impression he's talking about maybe days, Aramis, like they sort of do this interchangeably, but there was a small Zamorin nest in the factory, and they drove us out. Now all of my notes and the Feldalar we had already brought and managed to gather together is back there. Nothing's happened, or the factory would have gone up in a massive explosion. But there it just sits. And if any of us were willing to go and get it, well, then you'd have fuel that could do any number of things. It could take people off-world, or it could make one hell of an explosion. He doesn't say one hell, that's completely anachronistic. It would make a massive explosion. I wouldn't mind seeing that, as long as I'm not next to it.
Is there anything else being made in this factory? Anything else of value besides your notes and this fuel?
Possibly. We had some research on a couple of weapons that were there. We didn't have the materials to put them together, but it had some kind of application. And beyond that, well, there might have been a containment vessel, something to actually put the stuff in the first place. There was some thought about doing that. We have a hover cart here, and the hover cart was designed to be able to bring the Feldalar back and forth. There were a couple of things in the factory that might help stabilize the Feldalar further. But either way, anything we have that's of research variety you'd find in that factory. The place wasn't huge, but there was a lot to it as far as the actual work we were doing.
Do you think that we can convert this Feldalar to be some sort of... Can we weaponize it in some way? Not just make big explosions, but maybe do something a little bit more focused with it?
He nods. Possibly, but not on a projectile. It won't be able to take that. If you put it into some kind of a bullet, by the time you squeezed it down far enough, it would explode anyway. But if you put together, 10 containers of Feldalar or so, you'd create an explosion big enough to take out half a mountain. Or a bunch of bugs.
Do you know anything about the bugs? Besides that they shoot nasty stingers and apparently carry big, large portals to be able to gain access to your little shield.
I know they're smart. And they don't stop coming, or so it seems. That one over there, though, and he kind of gestures, kind of jerks his head, and he seems to be referring to the 11-year-old boy who's sitting with the guards, the aftermath guards, and he says, "That one right there has been a spy for us. Has known more about the tunnels and getting in and out without getting killed than anyone here. If you want to know more about them, he ought to be able to tell you what they're like. The ones I've seen, I see from a distance before I try to shoot them."
All right. I got one final question for you. You know anybody who can actually lead us to your factory? Or are there maps that will help us know what we're getting into?
A few people could. And he kind of points, he says, he could. And he looks at the two younger kids who are like playing under the table. Right now, you can see that one of them is holding a drill-like tool and is like pretending to like sort of shoot in the general direction of the other one who kind of like ducks under the table. And he says, those two were called Leo and Channer. And they've played over in that factory even when they weren't supposed to. They'd probably be able to lead you through back ways. They're not supposed to go, but I don't mind having some people that do things outside the rules if it gives us a way to do what we need to get done.
Well, thank you. I'm gonna probably come bug you very shortly. That factory sounds really interesting. I'm gonna go talk to that fine young man over there I was talking about, and get the rest of my friends together, and maybe we can sort some of this out.
He says, "May the light of the mother shine upon you then."
And you.
So when you head over there, you join up with Sleepwell. And Petra has arrived at this point with Sleepwell, and Kaz, I think you were making your way back into where Sleepwell was also. And Revis is dining with several other what look like kind of high-ranking officers. And as you come over, as you all sort of assemble, Sleepwell, you arrive there first, and then the others not long afterwards. And he says, "Ah, it's good to see you. Well, sit down. Here, let's get an extra plate of stew for this one. All of these people are the reason that we can actually eat a little more comfortably tonight. There's many dead that'll keep them down for a while, eh?" And a couple of the others sort of laugh and nod, and one sort of claps you on the back, Sleepwell. And Revis says, "As I said, I'm grateful. And if all goes well, perhaps you might be able to help us break out of here yet. So, what do you think so far of what's left of Illustria and our base of Aftermath?"
Mostly what I think is now is definitely the time to strike. You're basically in a terrible holding pattern where things can only get worse for you until you mount some kind of counterattack. I don't know anything about prophecies. I just know that we're here and we can help. And we now have permission from the mother. She said to deliver that message to you that we can go in and that we have her blessing. So that's why I want to talk to you. I want to talk tactics. I want to talk equipment. I want to talk how can we be as smart as we can about this. Like, we want to be able to strike, at advantage whenever we can, which means obviously a small strike force hitting with surprise and moving quickly, avoiding large confrontations, that sort of thing. How can we be smart about this?
He says, "Well, it's about time that someone thinks more smart around this, instead of just despair or triumph. Yes, I think you've got the right idea of it. My thought was to be able to somehow get rid of, well, to be able to create a distraction, have much of my army attack from one side, get all of the bugs over there, then have another group go in, see what they can do about finding the Luminant. That was my theory, although it was difficult, I'll admit. At least that was the plan. And the only way to do it, the only way to really get at these things, is to go after the main things that matter. Most of this I found by talking to Spindle over there," and he sort of jerks his head over at the 11-year-old boy you can see sitting not that far away, talking to some other officers. And he says, "Spindle's the one who told us about most of the Zamarin, and he's actually been in the places where they spend time. He's scouted out a lot of the tunnels and things like that. And so, although there's no way to get in there without them noticing, because they're in all of these tunnels one way or the other, he ought to be able to tell us where and how we can do this. Attacking the mother's stage without a sufficient weapon is crazy. But I have been thinking about alternatives. There's a kind of fuel. It's a special fuel that we use for, at least we hope we could use to break out of orbit here. But it has one other benefit. If you see poor Treveus over there," and he kind of looks towards the very scarred man that you saw, "Treveus's face looks like that because of an explosion. An explosion because he was moving the fuel too quickly. It's very, very explosive in nature, Feldar. If you happen to move it in the wrong direction too quickly, it blows up. Well, if we could figure out a way to get enough containers delivered to the center of that hive, you could take out a lot of them, at least more than enough that you'd have plenty of time to get down and get the Luminant. But we need Feldalar before we can do any of that, and you can't just go and put it in some kind of storage compartment. It's got to be in a hover cart. It's the only way to keep it stable enough that it doesn't blow up on the way back."
Okay. You have hover carts?
I do. And more than that, my mechanics have been building a containment unit. If we get it back to us, the containment unit we can make should be big enough to attach to a ship. Then we launch it at the hive, and he kind of puts up his hands. And then boom, without having to try to go into the hives and fight those damned things one-on-one.
Interesting.
That sounds pretty risky, if you ask me.
At which point Aramis has been there and he says, well, the other option, of course, is to wait here, wait until the bugs get even smarter, figure out something to keep that ring that they did this time in place, or until our resources give out, our energy completely. I don't know. Risky's one thing, but it's a lot more risky to just wait here and hope for the best. At some point, we've got to move.
I don't know. It kind of sounds like suicide, one way or the other.
He says,
seems very bleak between explosions or, starving to death.
You don't have to blow yourself up when you blow them. You can drop it from a distance, shoot it from a distance. No muss, well, except for them, and a lot of fuss. It's worth it seems to me, if it's one of those things that gives us a chance to get out of here. The alternative is just sit here and slowly rot. Without the Feldalar, we don't have the right kind of fuel to get off the planet anyway. And
with this Feldalar, can you control the amount of an explosion if you use a big container ship? Is that really going to make a difference? You might take out the entire colony. You might take out the entire half of the planet or whatever.
He nods. He says, maybe. But Treveus thinks he has a way to do it. And he kind of nods at the scarred man that he mentioned before. And Treveus is the best scientist that we have. I trust that he's been thinking about it and knows what to do. I don't think he'd take down the planet. Although, it's certainly conceivable he'll bring the wrath of the bugs down on us. But I'd rather it be brought down on us and we finish this things one way or the other than wait to get picked off one by one. If you hadn't been here earlier today, we wouldn't be having this conversation. That's not a risk we can continue to maintain cycle after cycle. Eventually something's going to give.
Well, that's a pretty fair assessment here, but it sounds like this Treveus, and I just had a lovely little conversation with him, happened to point out to me the same thing that you just pointed out to my good friend Sleepwell. And Aramis puts a hand on Sleepwell's shoulder and just kind of massages it just for a second and says, our smartest guy who's going to be able to get together with Treveus and figure this out. It sounds like there's a situation where we need to weaponize it, but not make it a big boom boom, and maybe something a little bit more tactical. And that kid right over there, and I point to the 11-year-old, seems like the kind of person who can get us to where we need to be able to do this tactically and not kill potentially everybody, including those sentient creatures out there trying to kill you. Until we understand what's going on with them, we need to stop doing damage, and we need to understand why they're coming after you. Death may not be the only solution here, and I'm talking about them just as much as I'm talking about all of you. Because honestly, I'm not planning to die here.
He shrugs and he says, I wasn't planning on it either. But they came here because we were punished by the mother. I don't think that kind of punishment is, well, I don't know how. They're obviously smart and sentient, but I don't have a lot of sympathy for them. I'm trying to keep us alive, I suppose. And when we did try to communicate with them, and we did, all we got for the trouble were dead bodies and not enough dead bugs. So it's possible there's something else going on, but I think it's more likely that they are what they seem. Scourge, and we have to figure out a way to turn the tide against the scourge.
Aramis, you should make an insight check on Sleepwell and the expression he's giving you right now.
I will take that and call it a 9. I don't know if that's very good.
I'm going to reveal right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
There is such a thing as passive insight.
Yes.
I actually have a much higher passive insight, which is...
It would be 13,
what is my passive insight?
Probably.
Yeah.
17.
Oh, jeez.
Hey, why do you ever roll? But yeah.
I honestly don't know.
Greg, what can I sort of like tell him that he, with his hand on me, he can kind of like feel for me as I look at him?
Well, what are you trying? Is there? Can you tell me the nature of what you're trying to communicate to him?
Like a wave of admiration at the compassion that he's showing for the bug creatures.
Ah, yes, I think you can do that. I think Sleepwell would wear his heart in his sleeve there, right? So I think you could definitely do something like that. Maybe you sort of, hand on the shoulder type of thing back or something like that.
Here's the thing, I don't really want to express very much verbally because
I see, because of this guy.
Here, and so like yeah.
Yeah, I think that you can probably do something that would indicate that you appreciate, even if it's just kind of like the I'm thinking about the meme of the Robert Redford nod. The one who's like, the one was like near the river, like,
right.
Type of thing.
Right.
I think you could probably do something like that without Revis picking up too much on it.
Okay. I do so. I then turn back to Revis and be like, okay. So, getting to this factory, obviously the journey itself will be fraught with danger. Inside of the factory will be fraught with danger. And now I am going to put my hand on Aramis and say, like, my friend here could really use a little extra protection. You saw how much danger he was in and all of us were in. I'm wondering, do you have any kind of like devices or anything that can shroud somebody in invisibility or displace them so they don't look like they're actually in the position that they're in? Can't be armor or shield or anything like that, but anything that we can use to protect somebody who maybe can't wear armor.
And he says, well, I had thought that thing he used that inflated and deflated really fast was going to be the best tech I could imagine. I mean, certainly. He says, but beyond,
really? A mattress, that's the best tech.
He says that's the best tech I've ever seen. No, he says, unfortunately, the best thing that I have for him is armor. I was going to recommend that, but all the armor I have is, well, the kind that I'm wearing. And you can see it's like pretty stiff, like reinforced plastisteel plates and things like that. Like definitely designed to take a punch, but is not what you would define as flexible, Sleepwell. And he says, unfortunately, that's most of what my army has. It's kind of what we came here with, really. I don't think I have any kind of displacement, although I know what you mean. I do have a couple of these, and he gestures down at his belt, and you can see for the first time that he has a couple of sort of dark spherical objects attached near his belt, and he says, these are proximity charges. Nice little nasty things that can do a number. Put those in one place, move out of the way, 5 seconds later, anything close to it, and kaboom. I'd certainly be happy to give you some of those, so long as you're careful about where and when you use them.
We'll give those to Petra if Petra would like them. I think she's our, ordnance expert.
Fond of grenades, yes.
And so Petra basically right, and again, like sort of maybe to Aramis's sort of dismay, right over the table, he's basically like, all right, like picks a couple up of the off of his and just like passes them over the stew, type of thing to Petra. And you can see that these are little charges that have a row of red lights in a circle around the front. Currently, none of them are lit, but presumably what this is designed to basically you attach it to something, turn it, and then that activates this timer that goes off if it's what it looks like.
So
he gives you two of those, by the way.
Okay. Well, we'll need other supplies, but even better is information. So what weaknesses do these creatures have? What are they vulnerable to?
And he says, Spindle. And Spindle, kind of the 11-year-old boy, looks up and he says, come over here a minute, lad. And Spindle kind of says something to the people he was talking to, the guards, and gets up and walks over. And he says, yes, Revis? And Revis says, Spindle, these people here, these are... And he stops, like he says, they're part of the... And then he stops, he's like, friends who might help us. You saw them fighting today. I did. Wow, that was something. I saw it, yeah. Spindle here, Revis says, is a spy for us, and he knows more about the Zamoran tunnels than any of us. What have you found out about it, lad? And Zamoran says, well, I know a lot of things. I mean, the hive that they have down there is just a bunch of tunnels. They never stop digging them. Every time you leave, well, a few cycles later, they've built a bunch more. There's tons and tons of different kinds of Zamorans, too. Some of them shoot guns. Some of them have spikes on their back. Some of them are, well, they have blades for arms, and they're really dangerous. And he says, well, what do you have as far as anything else? And he says, well, I have something. And he fishes in his pocket, and he pulls out a note, which I'm going to hand over to the players in just a moment, as soon as I get there. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a... Actually, let me see if this works on copying. This may not matter, so hold on a second. Maybe I can just put it up on stream. No, I can't. Great. Okay. So I'm gonna read them out for now, and then I will put them up as a handout so that people can look at these at their leisure. But basically, what he gives you is a set of different types of Zamoran that basically Spindle has found. So he talks about there are burrowers that are capable of digging through the ground. They have large mandibles and they spit acid. There are feeders who are, from what he can tell, they're the parents of the grubs, like what they look like when they're little. They have these long tendrils that come out of their mouths. There are drones that pretty much just follow orders. They do whatever they're told. They're not very weak, but there's a lot of them in the hive. There are tunnelers, he says, which are kind of like burrowers, but there's something strange about their eyes. He doesn't know there's something weird about them. There's brutes that are huge bugs that have large pincers, and they can paralyze creatures if they get their bite into you. There's spikers. They're capable of flight, and they either shoot a gun, or sometimes they can even shoot a spike from their abdomen, and they grow them back every morning. Then there's stingers. They have venom in their stinger, and they can fly. Those things are dangerous. And then I've heard that there's a monarch. I've never seen one before, but they've got to take orders for something. And then the grubs, like the little ones. And he says, I know also that there's a queen. Actually, two of them. There's two queens. I don't know what they do, but they're protected. They always have bunches of guards around them. Some of those big creatures I mentioned, and other ones too. And also, those eggs where the grubs come from, well, they need to be incubated. They have these really, really hot rooms where the eggs are kept. And that's how you know when you're getting close to them. The rest of it, it's just sort of normal temperature. But those rooms are always hot. And so he finishes all that, and Revis says, what did I tell you? This boy has seen a lot. And he kind of pats Spindle on the shoulder, who kind of looks down, a little embarrassed.
Useful information.
Are they capable of independent thought, or is it a hive mind?
And Spindle says, well, they do move coordinated, they work together. But I've seen individual ones that are even patrolling hallways, and sometimes, unless they're the drones just sort of go the same pattern every time. But all the rest of them seem to be able to move on their own. They seem to have some kind of independent thought. But whenever something happens, they all kind of converge in one place. Whenever the queen's under threat, they all run to her. So they're not all one thing, but they all seem to think a lot of the same things sometimes.
So do we. I mean, we would protect our leaders as well. I guess I would love to know, have you noticed anything that they are especially vulnerable or afraid of? Vulnerable to or afraid of?
He says, well, I don't know that they're vulnerable to much. They scatter pretty quickly. If you can take some of them down, they'll sort of disperse, run away and then come back later. I've never actually seen a queen, but I've heard about them. And one time I heard this, I was down in the tunnels and there was this rumbling sound, and then it sounded like something massive was coming, and I just ran. I don't know what it was, but if that's a queen, then he kind of shakes his head. I don't think anything could stand up against that.
Since you
Do they?
Oh, go
Sorry,
ahead.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
Since you've been down in the tunnels a lot, Spindle, you wouldn't happen to have heard, something a little bit different, like a mechanical crash that might have happened there. We think a friend of ours may have landed in the area there, and I don't know if you've run across a ship or you heard something that might have sounded like somebody crash landing.
He says, "No, I didn't hear anything crash landing, but I do know sometimes the Zamarin, the swarm don't take prisoners. I mean, don't kill all their prisoners. Sometimes they take them. I don't know what they do with them, but I've seen some of them, or at least some of them the way they used to be. Normally, by the time I saw there was a prisoner, by the time I came back with a soldier with me to try to help, it was already dead. So some of them are taken prisoner, but they don't last very long."
I look at everyone else.
Do they have any type of communication?
It seems like it. They kind of, speak at each other, but weird, like chittering, or clicking sounds sometimes, like insects. They can do that sometimes, and it seems like they know how to react pretty quickly.
Well, these are some good starting ideas, I suppose.
And Riva says, "If you want, I can give you a hover cart to bring with you to bring that Feldalar back from the factory. And I ought to be able to get at least those two, Leo and Shanner, to bring you over to the factory. If you were able to get enough, I don't know, maybe Treveus would know something about the amount, and bring it back here. Well, we already have something that allows us to rig up a containment unit. Put that together, create a big enough explosion, and we could get all of them distracted worrying about whoever's attacking them on one side, while you sneak in to get the Luminant from the other. That's one possibility."
I like that as a stage B, but based on what Spindle just said, and I'm looking at everybody, if they have prisoners down there, especially the prisoner that we think they might have down there, and they don't last very long, I think before we blow anything up, we've got to try to infiltrate quietly and see if we can extract them.
And possibly get the entire hive crashing down on our heads anyway?
I agree. That sounds awesome. No, I think you're right, though. We need to go after the prisoners. That seems right to me.
If you go down there and do that, though, without a weapon, except what you're carrying with you, well, this boy can escape notice, but you four won't. You get in there and they find you, you won't make it back out again. It's hard to hide from them, They can hear you from all different directions.
But Spindle can do it. Spindle, can you teach us?
And Spindle says, "I think they don't pay attention to me because I'm too small. I don't make enough noise. I could try to teach you, but I think mostly I don't know, go quietly and softly, and the rest of it's just, they say I'm not very old."
Do they ignore the other children?
And you can see that, make an insight check for me, Aramis.
Can I use a passive perception of 17 instead?
No. I need you to make. You mean passive insight? But no, I need you to make a active check here.
Oh, see, you know how it's been going. We don't want to do that.
There's no reason for that.
All right, hold on a second. I'll take a 17.
See, it was fine.
Anyway.
It's fine. It's fine.
So you can tell actually that when you say can those other kids, that there is clearly a glance that goes between Spindle and Revis, and they both just kind of like, and Revis sighs heavily and he says, I think Leo and Shanner will know some things about the factory, yes. Even though they were never supposed to. Oh, did you say factory or did you say the hive?
I asked if he's aware that of the other children, are treated in the same way that he is.
Yes, right. That's right. He says, I know that Leo and Shanner have gone places they weren't supposed to. We've talked to them about it before. But they've clammed up and they won't say anything important or different to me. So I don't know. I think it's possible that they know more than they say to any of the adults, any of us anyway. But maybe you could convince them to talk.
I think that I want to hear from them before we make any other decisions, guys.
Well,
Fair enough.
how far away is this factory? How long would it take to get there?
Spindle shrugs and he says, not long, maybe a cycle by foot. And again, although it's a little bit hard because they use cycle for everything, your guessing means probably about an hour if you had to guess by foot to get there.
Oh. If the necessity to set up their plan of having this big explosion distraction and drawing the hive out so that we can sneak in only is going to take 3 hours, I think we should do that before trying to sneak in without any possible distraction. If it took a week to do this, then maybe, yes, we need to go get those prisoners now, but I'm willing to take the risk to at least rest tonight and then execute this plan first thing in the morning.
I'm worried about what Spindle said. They don't last very long.
I say to, is the priestess at this?
No,
this
priestess
dinner?
is not here.
I say to Revis, does your priestess, the mother, not the mother, but the mother, does she have like powers at all? Things that you would say no other can do aside from just speaking the word of the prophet? Does she predict things? Does she have an insight into, can she see things that are far away?
He thinks seriously about it and then says, sometimes she can certainly, well, because you're saying this to Spindle, right? You said,
Yeah. Or no, I'm saying it to
to Revis?
Yeah.
So Revis says she understands how things go, I think is the way to say it. And she's also been able to heal us. Not unlike what you were able to do, and he kind of nods to you, Sleepwell, although she does it differently. But she has some kind of touch, something that infuses people with faith and healing. Something beyond what I would have expected. I didn't always believe, you know. In fact, there was a time when I lost my faith. I thought we were just here by accident, by fate, bad luck. But she spoke to me one night and said that there was something about faith, that even at the darkest moments, a little bit of light shines through. Somehow I've been saved through so many battles, so many times when I should have died. I started to think I was either the luckiest person who'd ever been on a planet or held up a gun, or that there was a little bit of that light left over for me. When I look up there, he kind of looks up to the roof. I mean, there's no vision, but I know what I see. And he says that, and Spindle nods, and he says, I think it's true too. At least I want it to be. If you want, me and Leo and Channer, we can lead you to the factory, or I can lead you to the hive. I'll do my best, but like I say, there's places that they don't bother me, but they might hear you. Either way, Revis puts in, when you're done and you've got what you need, you let me know. We'll be ready to launch an assault as soon as you ask us to, and we'll follow your lead on it. If you're part of the prophecy, we need to listen to the people who made it happen.
Oz will turn to everyone and say, well, I'm spent. And I think this is plenty to consider once we've taken a rest. But I think, to answer your question, Sleepwell, if not use a drone or something, perhaps we could send a scout ahead that isn't any of us, and I gesture even at the kids, to see if we can find our friends. Or I've heard of people with close ties to, well, in our realm, the Crucible, able to see other places from a distance or scry them. And I wonder if this prophet or this priestess can't do that. I don't know. But anyway, and Kaz gets up.
Like,
Revis, go ahead,
sir.
go ahead, Sybil.
He just stands and looks like he's ready to wherever we're going to retire.
And if no one has anything else to say, I think you will retire to the next session, because in our next session we'll see what moves forward here, because we have to wrap up because we're running a little over long here. So, but very, very exciting to see wherever this is going to go next. I am a huge fan of watching this crew. Kind of feels to me like at the end of the world. You know, at the end of the world, I don't, you know, I mean, like the end of the,
At the
not,
end of the world.
like the physical end of the world, not the,
Yes.
you know, temporal end. Let's hope.
I feel fine.
Yeah, exactly.
We all know when we
done.
get to the
Well
end of the
done.
world, we fight bugs.
That's it. And it feels very much like here you are with these happy few. It was a lot of fun to watch that, and I am excited to see where they go next, and of course try to gather more information on Tezora, Braxis, and company. I will start as usual and move around here. Let me start with Zach. Good stuff from Kaz today. Obviously some epic moments there with on the crate, some shooting the classic, let me shoot some wires out. You took out 2 cables right off. So that was pretty huge. And then obviously getting a chance to get a sense of the all of you being there as part of this, having this discussion with Laura, I thought was very interesting to hear everyone's reactions to her vision of faith and so forth. How'd you feel about today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Today's very interesting, and I think the beginnings of a bit of a bridge from Esper Genesis to D&D in mind for our next campaign. I think it's very interesting that we kind of come to a planet that's divorced from the more science fiction of everything and has more of a fantasy interpretation of all the stuff. Like, I have a hypothesis that this Feldalar substance that they're talking about is what we call sorium. And all, you know, they look at a nebula in the distance and they call it the mother and things like that. So I think it's very interesting, a very interesting place for the end of the campaign to be. And I'm excited to see what happens. A little bit of a sneaky heist against some bugs. Very, very cool.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I had a good time. The fine people will find me on this channel, of course, for Esper Genesis, as well as our vocalists. And then in other places on the internet. I also run D&D games through Dungeon Master Direct, which is pretty cool. So hire me sometime. But yeah, that's me.
Can confirm you should hire him.
Yes.
Thanks, Zach. Always good stuff. Carlos, great stuff as well. Again, from Sleepwell. First of all, some good tactical moments in that fight. I was loving sort of the banter back and forth with Aramis and you being like, you want me to do what? This is maybe not a best idea. And again, the continuing development of Aramis and Sleepwell has been really great to watch over time. And also to get a sense of the discussion of faith and science, I thought was interesting here, because there was a sense of nobody getting in each other's way on that one. Just everybody kind of getting a sense of where people were. How'd you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Yeah, I really enjoyed that part where I was able to do sort of like a deep cut back into my background from a million years ago and sort of like recall my mentor and things like that. So, Wari, this one's for you. And I really enjoyed just like wasting my spells and resurrecting people. Like that to me felt like so in character.
Not a waste.
Yeah, just like not wasted exactly, but like not tactical in a sort of metagaming kind of way. Like the opposite of that.
Yes.
So,
yes.
That feels good. So really, it's just very enjoyable to role play in this kind of way where you're really sunk into your character and you're just really doing what your character would do. So tons of fun all the way around. Besides seeing me the next time we play Esper Genesis, I hope people will check out my story in Uncanny Magazine. If you're a subscriber, you can read it right now. Otherwise, April 5th, it becomes available to everybody. And like I was saying at the beginning of the broadcast, it's definitely like a more new wavy kind of trippy dippy kind of story. So a little bit of a departure for me, and so hope people enjoy it. Other than that, yeah, I'll be working away on Negocios Infernales and getting ready to play again.
Good stuff. Always a pleasure, Carlos. Thank you. Good work tonight. Also great work as well from Kat. Petra, had, first of all, a lot of the things that people were putting up there as people were starting to feel their oats about the level 10 stuff that everyone was using. Unfortunately, the concentration stuff made that a little bit difficult for it to stay up there, but there were some really cool moments. I love the use of the new drones technique and that sort of thing that's going to be a part of it. And then also, this sense from Petra about obviously trying to track down Tezora, but also this sense that here you have this kind of warrior race that knows something about the equivalent of swinging hammers and everything. And Petra both is that still and is not, right? Is bigger than that now, as well as still having elements of it. So I was wondering as you were playing through this, how much of it felt like, slightly for Petra nostalgic about the days when people are just like a good blaster and a little bit of faith, and how much of it is there's an echo of that, but there's more, of course, to Petra's world and universe now. But it was interesting to see that play out, and I want to see more of that. I'm looking forward to seeing more of that if that's what we get in our next session. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I thought it was another great game. Once again, I really wish I had made different decisions as far as ranged weapons go, but lots of fun. And where can people find me? On Twitter, and I will be at NorwestCon next month for people that are in Seattle, and Origins. I will be there as well. And so looking forward to both of those.
That's right, as will Carlos. But Kat is the guest of honor. Thank you very much at Origins, which is super exciting, and we are honored to have Kat with us. So for that, so it's going to be great, and I'm excited. And there will be games played. Clearly that's obviously going to happen. So thank you, Kat. Great stuff tonight as always. And last but certainly not least, Johnny, it was also good to have you back in the saddle with Aramis. I again can emphasize again that I really love the development of the relationship between Aramis and Sleepwell. I forgot to mention the whole like Sleepwell being like, someday I'm going to marry you and all that, and just the reaction of everyone being like, what the hell is going on? It feels very much last segment of the movie type of stuff. So I really liked seeing some of that. But it was nice to see Aramis genuinely having an affection for obviously the members of his crew. And I also like that little moment, which was small, but I think important, about the nature of the faith that you possess and whether that faith is going to come into play right with the faith that they possess, the Illustrians, and the fact that you would protect them either way, because that's kind of the thing that you were sent here to do, and what you feel you want to do anyway. And there was a nice moment, I think, of insight into some of Aramis's metaphysical approach to his life. So I enjoyed all of that, and I also, of course, loved the leaping off the ballista with the flaming discs thing, and naturally the air mattress save. I mean, all of that was great. How did you feel about today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
The air mattress thing was a long time coming. It finally needed its due. I think we can now move on and find ways to incorporate a inflatable air mattress in the next great story that we'll all be telling. The development of the story is interesting. Missing the last episode felt huge given everything that came up after the fact. So starting off with a fight, it's a good way to go. I'm glad the fight went reasonably well, even though I'm feeling the same range issues that Petra was feeling, even though I've got ranged spell abilities. So that was a bit of a challenge to kind of navigate through that particular situation as well.
They won't always be 200 feet away also. I mean, I'll say that this was a little bit of an unusual situation.
I'm not complaining.
Yeah. Right, the sniper's like, this is great. Yeah.
Exactly. No, it was good times. And again, loving the continued evolution of the relationship between Sleepwell and Aramis, in that it feels like it's building to a place of that's going to be a natural way for us to be able to send it off in a very meaningful kind of a way. And as that happens with all of the characters, and as we kind of build towards the end, it's exciting, and it's also a little bittersweet. Those interactions will not happen in the same way during the next story. So fine folks will find me here next in 2 weeks, and that is about it right now, since I'm still holed up in Virginia and paying attention to what else is going on in this crazy world that we call 2022.
Yeah. Well, it was a pleasure to have Johnny with us, and yes, it's true. There is a little bit of a bittersweetness to me, bittersweet quality to the fact that we're, moving towards the end of this campaign. But I'm also equally excited. I'm obviously not going to spoil any of it, but there will be a bridge from one campaign to the next. I'm excited to see what these 4 wonderful players do in developing new relationships, and we'll see what happens with the 4 originals, as it were. But that will be down the line. We're not there yet. We will deal with more of this in a couple of weeks. But in the meantime, I'm going to ask chat to give some love to these wonderful players. Great crew, and I look forward to our next session in a couple of weeks. Thank you, as always, to Johnny Pittman, to Cat Rambo, to Carlos Hernandez, to Zach Clay. Wonderful work from everybody, players. I will see you folks soon.
And thank you so much, Greg.
Always my pleasure.
Greg.
Thanks, everyone.
Yes, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. So that is going to do it for us for today. And yeah, what a treat. Again, I really, really love being able to get back in the saddle with all of these groups because it's just always different. And this group, clearly, one of their big things here is the chemistry. They've been together for so long that they really have been able to build relationships with each other, and they've really been able to connect in a positive way and a very developed way. And so that coming to an end, I think it's perfectly pitched, in that I think the time has come, for them to be able to move beyond it. But I think it's been such a pleasure to be able to see them kind of do their thing over time. And and I'm excited to see how they will shape their next characters, and I'm excited to see how this story concludes, because this does very much have the feel of a lot of, coming to the end of a long period of time of working together and processing together and developing things together. So I am very excited to see how they manage things going forward. So, and chat, also great work out of you today, because you also did a good job with them, especially with the various inspirations and things like that. And the mattress moment, all right? The mattress moment was a big moment. So, but you will see them again in a couple of weeks. You will see me, however, back here tomorrow, Saturday evening for some Metroid Prime. We will continue some space game play, so that's going to be cool. And then I believe we've got, let me just double check. I believe we've got, I don't know if it's this Sunday or next Sunday, but I just want to double check and confirm. It is, in fact, not this Sunday, right? So this Sunday we will be off, and then we'll be back next week on Tuesday the 15th. We will have, if all goes well, Phantoms of Fear, the game book illustration stream will return with Terry Tunes, and then over on at 4:15 p.m. we will have the Power of Pen and Pixels. So we will have Talisman Adventures coming at you. As we continue with that campaign, sponsored as always by Pegasus Spiele. And then a week from today, we've got more Golden Sun on Friday. And on Saturday, the 19th, we've got more Eberron Oracle of War. And that is going to be the beginning, basically, of Season 2. We're going to be moving into Season 2 of Oracle of War as we move on to, I believe it's A Century of Ashes, which is going to be the article, is going to be the adventure for the next season. So that's going to be super exciting. And then Sunday, the 20th, we have our special Joint Speculate Twitch stream of the new campaign of Girl by Moonlight Fractal Spire, which has got all the feels. So you will definitely want to check that out for that campaign. But that is going to do it for me for this evening. I think because it is so late and because we have a few people that have already headed to bed and stuff like that, that I'm going to not do a raid today. I will try to do a raid tomorrow, though. And tomorrow I'm going to be starting hopefully a little bit earlier. It's going to be going sometime between 7 and 8. Maybe take the average of that and assume 7:30 p.m. Eastern, but I will obviously post tomorrow when we're going live. And that's going to be Metroid Prime. I will be playing that, as I said, and then we will be off on Sunday, so you'll definitely want to stop by for some more space stuff with Metroid Prime tomorrow. If you like what you saw on her today, I hope you will follow the channel. I will hope you will check out our YouTube with the !ArvTube. Check out our Discord with !ArvCord. Please subscribe to me over on my YouTube channel. It really does make a difference, and I really appreciate everyone who's able to jump on board and help out with that. Doesn't cost you anything, but it really does make a difference for us. We're trying to pull that over 1,000 subscribers, and we're sitting right now at 812, I believe, at last count. So anyone who can help by subscribing over there, doesn't cost you anything, but it really helps us out a lot. So please consider that. !ArvCord, as I said. !ArvTweets is my Twitter. Please follow me over there. Website for this is arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop is the merchandise area. !ArvTrayon is that Patreon right there, which is 20 patrons, $198 per month. Really trying to build that above that 198 level and move it into the 200s if we can. So that would be lovely if we're able to do that. And also gets good stuff for yourself as well as good stuff for the channel. And of course, we have the subscription system. We had a number of resubs and gift subs today. Echo Alpha was super generous by giving tier 2 gift subs to a bunch of the players, and they did get used, a lot of these inspirations, so they did not go to waste. But that was really appreciated, and those subs also help to support the channel. Plus, you can get those custom sub badges and emotes to help with to use everywhere across Twitch and show your love for this channel. So all of that is always a good thing. On the publishing side, !Icarus for my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, !Library for my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and of course the Gray Shade Kickstarter coming up in just a few short months, Gray Shade KS for more details about that. And as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. I want to thank, and of course, I can't forget, Ukraine to support the good, brave people of Ukraine who are fighting against an oppressive invasion and against a series of war crimes, really. Ukraine is a way that you can find links to be able to help these people, in addition to us coming together. With Shadow Mage giving a tier 1 sub to Gagolian, speaking of someone who's super generous, thank you, Shadow Mage, for doing that. I appreciate it. And Gagolian, welcome to the Arvanauts and welcome to the subsystem. Thank you so much for that generosity, Shadow. So, thank you to everyone here. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Rudnell, Dragonspear, Rock God, Shadow Mage, and Trifity Mats, best in the business. Thank you all so much. Thank you as well to my Patreon supporters, and thank you to my subscribers as well. Thank you to Rudnell, Dragonspear, Rock God, Shadow Mage, Trifity Mats. Thank you to Echo Alpha X5. Thank you to Nonstop, Cat Rambo, Crit Twitch, Mrs. Dunsel, Prince Justin, Zach Clay, and of course Gagolian, who now is a sub. And thank you as well to my viewers. Thank you to Abjul. Thank you to Alien Gathering. Seems appropriate for today. Thank you to Ava Semaphore. Thank you to Blackberry Bear. I haven't seen Blackberry Bear in a long time. Hi, Blackberry Bear. Thank you to Chrono Travis. Thank you to Elion. Thank you to Itzama. Thank you to Jody Moon, Lavender, Poke Dude. I haven't seen Poke Dude in forever too. What's up, dude? Good to see you. And Screaming Toller. And most of all, tonight, thank you as well to my wonderful players. Thank you to Cat Rambo. Thank you to Carlos Hernandez. Thank you to Johnny Pittman. And thank you to Zach Clay for being amazing. And yes, Shadowed rebuilt the bot with a smartphone. Shadowed is the best. I mean, I think that should be obvious to everyone. Thank you, everyone, for being great. And that's going to do it for me. I will see you folks. Yeah, that's awesome, man. It's good to see you, dude. Metroid Prime tomorrow. So good to see you, Poke. I hope all's well. So yes, I will be on tomorrow sometime between 7 and 8 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. I hope you'll be here for that. And otherwise, I hope you'll be back here in a couple of weeks for some more Esper Genesis. Thank you as well to our sponsors, Alligator Alley Entertainment. That's it for me. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it. And I will catch all of you lovely people soon. Until then, as always, everyone, be good to each other. Bye for now. Have a good night.
When I was a child, I talked like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I grew older, I set aside childish ways. Corinthians 13:11. In the distant future, mankind has spread into the stars and found it is not alone. Within the cluster of planets known as the Silrain Heart, many races strive for survival or supremacy. But throughout this array of planets, societies, and cultures, each has one thing in common. The Crucibles. Scattered throughout the galaxy, each moon-sized structure contains a core of raw sorin, a form of mysterious energy used to power ships, cities, and sometimes the warping of the fabric of reality itself. Beings who can do this have been given a name: Espers. The power of God has been granted to God's children. It is a time of terror. It is a time of wonder. It is the time of Esper Genesis.